So welcome to Palace Adrift. This is going to be a D&D one-shot, which we'll be playing tonight, or in the next three to 4 hours or so. And we have our lovely crew here today, which will start off with character introductions. I guess myself, I'm Adrian Lee. I'm playing as the Dungeon Master. I'm Lee6113 on Discord and Facebook. Well, actually, Facebook, I'd be Adrian Lee. But we have 5 players with us today, so we'll start off just from characters left to right in roll 20, starting off with a quick brief introduction, name, class, level, and any snippets about your characters that you would like to share. But we'll start off with Miles.
Hi, my name's Miles. I am a fighter. I've been doing fighting most of my life, along with some blacksmithing. I own a shop in, I believe, Verton is where the guild is, if I'm not much mistaken.
Virton City.
Verton, yeah, I own a shop in Verton, and my family stays there while I sometimes go on jobs when I feel like stretching my arms. Yeah, nice to meet you all.
Fantastic. Next over is one of the next senior members of the guild, with Glennon.
Hi, my name's Glennon. I'm a divination wizard, level 6. One of our fellow guildmates in Trapta made for me, and I have my my fey spider here, and I poof a fey spider onto the top of my head. His name is Theodore, and he'll be joining us.
Wonderful. And Elizabeth.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Benning. You may call me Eliza. I am an independent dragonborn life cleric. Yes, I have feathers. Yes, I can fly. It is a horrible skin condition. I don't like to talk about it. I am here to do one thing and I do it well. I am here to heal. If you don't want to be healed, then don't get hit. If you have any problems with that, you may take it up with my Mace Kane. Other than that, I worship the great Bahamut and everything that he does. I am here to heal, nothing more, nothing less.
It's fantastic. Next over we have Theron.
Theron Nilo. I'm a rogue elf. I like shooting with a bow. That's all you need to know.
Sounds about right for a rogue. Love it. And then lastly we have Elvish Presley.
Hello, I'm Elvish Presley. I'm a half-elf, so I'm elf-ish. And I am the king of rock and roll, or making that title of my own.
I'm going to presume you are a bard.
100% born and raised.
So we have this motley adventurous crew who find themselves in the Dungeon Delvers Guild, which is the kind of the largest location to find adventuring parties, mercenaries for hire, treasure hunters, kind of all your odds and ends. Anybody who's looking to make money through an adventurer's lifestyle usually becomes a member of the Dungeon Delvers Guild, just because it's the easiest way for you to find work. And so today is one of those days where you're there early in the morning, kind of before the rush comes in, and you get to take a look at the bounty board, if you will, kind of all the different posts and jobs that people are hiring out for. And you see there's actually an urgent one, which has been posted probably just less than a couple hours before you even arrived and everything opened. And it is from the Kingdom of Nerria, which is it's several days travel away from Virton City and kind of the city alliances and everything. And in order to get over there, you normally would have to take like a caravan or use some sort of magic travel, which only like the higher wizards are able to do generally. But this mission seems to depict an issue that they're having, and this has been an ongoing problem in the Kingdom of Nerria. Is every once in a while there will be a dungeon which is just spawned from nowhere, almost like a demi-plane, a rift appearing in their kingdom at some point. And this one here seems to be within the capital, inside the palace itself. And this is the second time that it's happened, to where they wish adventurers to go in and kind of cleared out, and they've identified the way to solve these dungeon problems is to send in people to retrieve what they call the dungeon anchor. It's some sort of artifact or piece of material or whatever magic item that is kind of the spawning point or the anchor to why the dungeon is still there. And as soon as you remove it, the dungeon will close. And so, because this has occurred in the palace itself, the Queen of Nerria has been like evacuated immediately. The Duke of Nerria, just kind of the second in command, has requested adventurers be sent immediately, and this is where you all come in. So you will be responding to this call, getting portaled over to the Nerria House to immediately go and investigate. And so the five of you, whether you've seen each other before or not, you're all probably familiar with kind of how the guild works, to where it's very common for adventuring parties of 4s and 5s to form, and everybody who's a member kind of usually ends up being pretty easy to work with one another. At least that's the hope. So Miles and Glennon, Elizabeth, Theron, and Elvish Presley, you're the first people here in the Dungeon Delvers Guild to see this notice. And the acting guildmaster, his name is Delric. He's another high elf who's more of a wizard, potions brewer, and owns a magic shop in one of the nearby cities. However, he is the acting guildmaster currently until the normal one is revived. And this is where you find yourselves, in the office of Delric, the elven wizard.
Hey Delric, I heard you had a job for us, but one question. Has the bard been getting on your nerves lately?
Delric would say absolutely yes, but off onto business, and he unrolls kind of a very regal-looking scroll, trying to change the subject immediately. And it's basically another copy of the notice that's posted, and you'd see that all of the letters on the scroll kind of have been used with a very fine inks, so that they kind of almost glow in the paper, just to attract attention, as opposed to all the other jobs. And he points at the reward and says, it's for 500 gold per person. That's easy money for a dungeon like this. You should all be more than capable. If you made it into the guild, then I'm sure that you know what it takes to go out and clear one of these dungeons. And he looks you all up and down, noting that Miles, you with your armor, do you want to give a quick description of yourself?
Yes, I'm in like a really pretty full plate armor that is actually came from a dungeon, so I'm no stranger to dungeons. And it's like the full Greek looking chiseled chest. And I did not get it because of its chiseled chest. I specifically got it because of the high armor class it gives me. Yeah, I look probably very similar to my picture, maybe a little older than that. I probably have 1 or 2 gray hairs, just 1 or 2. 1 or 2.
Yeah, and Delric's eyes kind of glaze over Miles, noting you up and down, and he looks at Glennon. And how about a quick description for Glennon?
Yeah, so Glennon's 5'10", gray-haired, blue-tinged alabaster skin with his rounded golden framed glasses with green flecked with gold eyes. I'm wearing robes that are both my normal robes are both eloquent yet sturdy, since he kind of grew up in more of like the countryside and studied in more of a research lab up kind of like in the mountains. So his clothes needed to be durable. But he is wearing a super fancy looking glamour wave cloak, and I kind of float in the wind, and it makes it look like I'm on fire for a minute, and then I make it stop doing that.
Yeah, Delric kind of nods with approval, as the fashion above all else is exquisite. And then looking over at Elizabeth, he kind of like puts a hand onto his chin and squints at you for a moment. And what does Elizabeth look like?
Elizabeth is based off of secretary birds, which are found in Africa. She's very petite. She's holding this glittery golden mace and she's wearing these. They look like those yellow glasses you wear when you're staring at your phone screen too long. And she is very petite, and she kind of has this poise about her. But at the same time, you can see she squints whenever she's looking at you, because she's a very, very old Aarakocra. Aarakocra usually don't live longer than 30. She's 27.
She's a very senior Aarakocra.
Yes.
But yeah, he kind of just nods, kind of proud that you're living your life to the fullest.
Hi, Noodle.
And
Your noodles are downstairs on the table.
here, I'll mute you for a second, or if you want to make sure that you're muted if the kids are coming in.
Am I not muted?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. My headphones are muted, but it's not working. My
Yeah, I think you
headphones are
might
broken.
need to use the Discord one. I'm not sure what the
Yeah,
problem
sorry.
is.
I've been eating soup. I apologize.
Oh, I didn't hear that part, so it's all good. But Delric nods and looks over to Theron, and what would we see looking at you?
Just a elf with basically a hood on and leather armor. Nothing really too discernible.
That's probably to your advantage as well. If you go out into the city, you just kind of blend right in, not like any crowning achievement armor like Miles or any other glamour weave robes. You can probably just blend right into the background. And that's something that Delric would probably approve of and kind of nod, seeing the value in that. And he shifts his gaze finally over to our half-elf, Mr. Elfish.
He has silver hair, longer ears for a half elf, and 2 piercings on each one, with gray eyes and very pale skin. But he has black studded leather armor and some like combat boot, and the leather armor has like a hood that pops up, so just in case one of the groupies comes over and he doesn't want any attention, you just pop that up.
Nice. So Delric kind of flattens out the scroll on the table with kind of the glowing runes. He points to a cabinet which you can see through the transparent door is 5 different sacks of gold, 500 each person basically, and he says, "This is all going to be yours by the end of the day if you can just get the job done quickly. All they've told us is the dungeon entrance is in the palace. It's another portal of some kind, and they haven't sent anybody in yet. Normally there's some sort of guardian posted out there. They haven't seen anything come out, so I would expect there's probably something on the interior. But, due to the urgency, I'm just going to have to give you a teleportation scroll. Just go out and get it done and come back. Now get your things. You'll leave at once."
Elvish is gonna pull him aside just really quick and say, "I'm so sorry about the bard," and then keep going.
Yeah. He just gives you kind of a knowing, like, a glance in agreement, but doesn't respond, and instead pulls out the teleportation scroll and motions for you to gather around into a circle, unless there's anything else you want to do prior to transport.
Glennon's gonna touch 2 fingers to his right temple, close his eyes, weave some signs in the air, chant some words, and I'm going to roll all 3 of my now 3 portent dice for the
Okay.
day.
Go for it.
So there is a 3, a 4, yes, and a 16. All right, I'll take those.
Okay.
I'm
So-
gonna look into my bag, rather shocked, and be like, "Oh, I should probably do something with that." Half pulling out a clamshell bra.
Oh, the memories.
Oh, yes.
Elizabeth's going to look at Miles and go, "Oh my, what do you do in your free time, sir?"
Clear dungeons.
Oh,
It's
yes,
strange.
that's what kids are calling it these days, cleaning dungeons.
Well, there's some strange stuff in there. I'll tell you that much.
I don't believe you, but I'll nod my head like I do. And then she'll nod her head.
So there's
Can I,
Go ahead.
I guess, can I ask if there's any spare knives I could possibly borrow?
Yeah, if you would like to collect some knives, there is not an armory attached to the guild hall, but there's one fairly close. Or then Miles is also a smith, so if you had any extra knives, he would be able to provide to you.
I pull a dagger out of my pocket, flip it upside down, and just hand you the base of it, because I've not once ever used this dagger, so it's yours.
Thank you.
I have a Kukri that I don't use much.
Actually, that's a good
What?
point. Glennon, what does your dagger look like? Because there's in D&D there's there's the word dagger, but there's so many visual representations for what that can mean. What does
Yeah,
Glennon's
so
dagger look like?
so this dagger, it's one that I picked up a while ago, and I've only maybe used it once or twice, and it was mainly to cut up components that I need for spells, and I don't even really need it for that anymore. But it kind of has this weird fey presence to it because of the amount of times that it has come in contact with Theodore. And so the ends, it has no magical, it's not magical, but it's kind of like this green slight aura about it. So if you look at it at an angle, it looks like it's green, but it's not really green. And the hilt is, it looks like it's made of darker old ivory, and it's wrapped in like a purple leather. So it looks really, really nice, but it's just a standard dagger.
So you can add that to your inventory, Theron.
I ask if the small. I tell you the smallest thing. Excuse me, Lizzie. The smallest thing I have is Kukri. If you want it.
Do you want
What's-
to use Miles's kukri as well?
Can I ask what that is?
Yeah, so it's think of like a hatchet, but the blade bends forward at the end. It's kind of it was used in like Indonesia almost as like a chopping weapon. So the tip of the blade is thicker than the shaft of the blade. So it's very back end heavy and extremely good at cutting things.
Have you ever seen
Slanted.
the Resident Evil movies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what she uses. She
Yeah.
uses 2 kukris.
Actually, it's just a random blade I have because I get bored and make
Oh.
blades.
Sounds like Miles for sure.
If you don't mind me asking, how do you spell it?
Kukri.
Kukri.
Ting tang walla walla bing bang. Sorry.
If I
Exactly.
could borrow it, then yeah.
Okay. So a couple blades flash into light as they're passed over to our local rogue here. And then Delric pulls open the scroll. His hair blows back as almost like a wind erupts from the spell, and he chants a couple words, which Glennon, I'm sure you would recognize, even if you don't know that spell yourself yet, unless you do,
Yeah.
which I don't know.
I do not yet.
Okay. But Glennon, you can kind of follow along with what he's doing. You know what's about to come. So everybody, you feel yourselves being pulled forwards almost towards the scroll, and then all of a sudden there's a pop, almost like you just vanish from the office, leaving Delric just standing there alone in his office, and the parchment in his hand is completely void of any magical glyphs, and he just kind of crumples it up and throws it across into the trash, and sits down and picks up his pen and begins to go over some more documents. And you all find yourselves immediately poofing into this empty, almost like a ballroom. And Miles, I think were you in which games was Miles in? Just Waterkeep, right? I don't think you were in the one in the palace. So this is the first time anybody here.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, I was muted, but I haven't been to this one, but my sister gave me a good description of this one.
Okay, so yeah, so Lorray was the one in that game. So this is one of the rooms in the Nerrian Palace. This is where, very close by, one of the dungeons had spawned. But you see the Duke Orsino. He's the person running the Kingdom of Nerria at this point, pretty much. The Queen is not quite just a figurehead, but all the day-to-day activities is pretty much left to him. So he spins around, and there's guards throughout this whole room, almost like a phalanx of very well armed and royal guards here. But as you kind of pop into the center here of the room, he salutes you, actually, knowing that you're all dungeon delvers, and approaches. And he says, "Which one of you is in charge?"
Sure. I'll be in charge. How can I help you, sir?
Yeah, you look kind of more naturally towards Miles just because of your armor and stuff, and you look much more like a fighter. With him not being a magician of any kind, he kind of assumes that you would be. So as soon as you kind of step forward and answer, he approaches, extends a hand and shakes yours if you will take it, and he says,
Absolutely, yeah.
Duke Orsino, at your service. And he looks over at everyone else and kind of gives a welcoming gesture, and he says, Your presence here is most welcome and most appreciated. We are but one wall away from the dungeon, he says ominously, however you say that word. And
Oh my.
and he says, I trust you've all been briefed?
Briefly.
So
That's some very vague information, but yes.
Well, if you will just follow me. He turns and walks towards that door at the end of the hallway. Kind of the guards all split for him to pass through the doors. All of them looking at you just very stonily through their face plates. It's kind of almost have kind of like almost a T visor, but not quite. But they let you all pass through unless anyone does anything in here.
I ask the Duke if they know what type of dungeon it is yet, or if they aren't sure.
This dungeon is just like the rest, with the exception that we have not seen any guardian. Here, let me show you. It has been made safe as much as we can tell. And he's going to lead you into the next room, which kind of leads towards a library almost. And in this section of the dungeon, you find the double staircase going up, and then kind of a couple different wings with books very visible. And you can see torn through the ceiling here, this entire banister is destroyed, almost caved down, and there's a big fissure up in the ceiling, from which you can see kind of almost like a blue light coming down with rocks. It looks to be almost like you're looking up into a portal, and on the other side you can actually see on the other end of the portal, and it's almost like you're looking up almost like a well or a tower or something like that.
We're looking
Does
up a
it-
well or tower.
That's almost what it looks like. So if this room is full of guards as well, and they all have kind of pikes pointed towards this area. There's a lot of rubble strewn out onto the floor, and if you look up to where the banister would be, at that point there's like a fissure and like a column of spinning black arcane energy going up into the ceiling, which has kind of torn a hole into the palace. But if you get closer to the bottom of it, you can see that through the fissure, it's like a portal that looks into either another pocket dimension or another plane. But you can see stones in a circular wall formation going up, and it almost looks like you're either in a well looking up, or maybe it's a tower. You're not quite sure, but you can see a sphere at the end with light and sky, and it's kind of got greenish hues to the sky, almost like it's a sunset that's been, instead of oranges and reds, it's kind of more like greens.
I double check my gillyweed is in an easily accessible pocket.
Based on my my studies of the Fae and the Feywild, from being a Medusa Smile and having a Fae familiar, does this look reminiscent of the Fae or something that I would recognize?
You can roll a Arcana check, or if you'd rather roll a Nature History, I think that those would maybe apply as well. So you can
Arcana
take
and
your
History
choice.
are the same. I'll do Arcana, it's the same as History, so.
Okay.
+7.
So with a
21.
21. So you kind of get closer and look up, and you can tell that this is definitely a portal into some sort of pocket dimension or a pocket plane. I don't know if that's exactly the right word. It's not a pocket one, because that kind of implies like a bag of holding, but it's definitely
Yeah.
like a subplane, which is very common for these dungeons. Even though I don't think Lynnon's been to one, you've probably been made
No.
aware of them and kind of looked into it. And typically when these dungeons spawn, there's an opening which goes into its own subplane, and then they kind of close back up once the dungeon anchor's been removed. But looking up, it doesn't look like it would be something Fey-ish. Not really.
Okay. Alright. So do we just walk
Before we-
in? How do
Before
we
we go
how do we
in,
do it?
can I ask? Before we go in, can I ask who all has been in a dungeon?
Yeah.
Can I ask who's been in and who hasn't?
Elizabeth, well, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I've been told a lot of stories with the bars, but that's about it.
Well, I'm just going to say that once the anchor is pulled, the dungeon will start to collapse. When that happens, you want to get out of there. Don't stop and draw a beautiful scenery. Take a picture, get it? Or go looking for treasure. You want to get out of there, at least if you value your life and want to be seen on this plane again.
Elizabeth crosses her wings and goes, "Ah, yes, I know about that. We went over into the sky on atop a beanstalk with all kinds of crazy things, shoes that flied, giants, cupboards, weird trees that were pink and sparkly. Dungeons are weird places."
Okay, I just want to make sure. My sister, when she went in one, unfortunately, there was somebody who didn't get out.
Oh my condolences for your sister's lost friend.
I'll be able to get out just fine. And I pull out my broom of flying. As long as I'm on this. And I put it back away.
It looks like you're more than capable to get this dungeon closed. It's odd that there's not been a guardian, so I would expect maybe there's one on the other side somewhere within. But if you need assistance getting through the portal, I can have a ladder brought in. We have one on standby, but I didn't send any of our guards in, the Duke says.
Yes.
Sorry,
I think a ladder
what is a
might be
guardian?
helpful.
The guardian, we've seen various types of guardians that the dungeon has near the entrances. In the past, we've seen some that have different kind of spawn or different types of specters. We've seen ones that's there's been so many at this point. There's been dungeons that moved on great treads, and in getting near it, it would attack.
Also, the people in the dungeon are not always hostile, but commonly they are.
Well, pissed off or otherwise, it's better to be pissed off than pissed on, am I right?
The Duke chuckles.
Yes. Bard is laughing. I mean, Elvish.
What is so funny, Mr. Presley?
I love your view on the world.
Well, thank you. I don't hear that a lot. Now, for those of us who don't have magical cleaning supplies and wings, how do you want to get up there? Ladder, you said?
Elvish just starts walking up the stairs.
Okay. So you want to kind of go up to the banister to where the side is here?
Yep.
Okay, so what you would see from there is kind of this pillar of black swirling energy. It's tore down through the ceiling, if you can almost see through the crack, up to the natural sky, just above the palace roof. And then this pillar just kind of disintegrates into particles, like it's just been formed maybe about 20 feet up above where the actual palace is, and just kind of fizzles out into nothing. But as the column comes down, it punches through the ceiling, through the banister and the walkway up here, and comes down to where there's the circle opening down here. And that is where you can see from down looking up, is where that kind of the well or the tower tunnel is. But from where you're standing up here by the banister, you can get close enough to, if you wanted to, you can touch that magical energy.
Before I do anything, can I get my 50-foot rope and tie it to one of the wooden banisters that is secure?
Yep.
And then jump it.
Okay. If you jump through, everybody, you see Elvish kind of tie his rope, tug it to make sure it's tight, and describe how you dive into this kind of swirling black energy.
There ain't rock and roll without risks. And then he jumps it.
Okay. Boom. Roll a Constitution saving throw, please.
Yeah. roll. Did I do it? Did I do it? Oh god. I got a 13 on dungeon, but I'm not sure why it didn't pop up here.
Okay, was it on D&D Beyond?
Yeah.
Oh, did it roll like the physical die thing?
Yes.
There should be, I think you might have to click on the red die maybe again for it to roll.
You can turn that off too. If you click on the gear by your name, it'll bring you your side option. You can just click off the dice roller and that'll go away for the meantime. You can turn that off and on.
There we go.
If you want to, that is.
Yeah. There we go. And would you like me to re-roll that 13?
Yes, if you could, in roll 20 that way.
Okay. It's a straight roll anyway. Boom. There we go. 12.
Okay, so that is a 12. So as you hit this wall of the funnel, you take 10 points of force damage as your body gets shocked from the force of jumping through the wall of the funnel. But as soon as you pierce through, everyone sees you kind of get sucked upwards. From like looking up, you can see you actually penetrating through this wall, and it's almost like you portaled through the fabric of the universe on the pocket plane and just kind of popped through a stone wall, and then you launch upwards just out of view. The rope tugs on the banister. What kind of rope is it?
It's a venturing rope. It's
Okay, just standard.
Yeah.
So the rope goes taut for a moment, and there's a crack in the banister, and then the rope snaps and gets sucked into the black portal as well, and you continue up, and you disappear up into the skies above. Everybody else, you see this happening. What does everyone else do?
I look over to the Duke, or I say, once we go through, can you put a mattress underneath?
Yeah, he snaps his fingers and points to the guards and says, "That's a good idea. Off to it."
And is there a ladder now?
They brought in a ladder if you wanted to use that. Nobody said yes specifically, so it's like in the hallway.
Yeah, seems a good enough thing for me. So could we get that set up?
Okay, yep. 2 more guards kind of hoist up the ladder, lean it up just underneath where the portal opening is.
Yeah, can I go ahead and see about climbing that? And
Okay. So as you get towards the area, you feel reverse gravity almost, and you kind of let go of the ladder and begin to float up a little until the funnel sucks you in, and then you go flying upwards to join Elvish Presley on the other side.
Elizabeth was going to scream and freak out, but then Miles was super calm, so she thought everything's probably fine. And she will fly up into the black abyss above her head.
Okay. Do you go through the black portion or the open portion?
The open portion,
Okay.
because yeah, she was looking and went, maybe that all right. I'll see you there. Follow the man in the armor with the mermaid brazier.
Well, shall we go?
Yep. So you see Elizabeth kind of you fly, right? Or do you climb the ladder?
I fly.
Okay, so you pump your wings and kind of launch yourselves up, and then the reverse gravity takes hold and sucks you upwards into the portal as well, and you find yourself launching upwards up the well.
Can I cast Mage Armor on myself before I go in and then fly through on my broom?
You can.
Okay, so that's what I will do. I'll cast Mage Armor on myself to raise my AC, hop on my broom, and then just slowly go up to it until the gravity takes us and then naturally do its thing and take me to where it needs to go.
Okay, and you go up through the portal. Lastus Therin.
I guess I'll just climb the ladder.
Okay, so just like Miles, kind of you get to the top couple rungs and you kind of you feel yourself floating for a moment as that kind of equilibrium between the reverse gravity and the normal flooring, and then you just begin to drift up, and then you launch up into the next plane. And with that, the Duke kind of crosses himself and says, "Good luck, adventurers. You're going to need it." So this is, I could have showed you this earlier actually, though it's not quite right. One
Yeah.
second. There's
There's
no
a dragon. There's a dragon.
there's no dragon eggs though. So what you see as all of you kind of are launching up this broken well or tower, because of the order, Elvish, you are flying up first. You feel like this slam as you burst through the wall of the rock here. And actually some of the bricks kind of begin to tumble down and splash in what's now below is a well. But you are launching upwards in a way that you can't control, and looking up, you can roll a perception check. And actually everyone else can roll perception as well, since you're all going to be flying up here in a moment.
Okay. Ooh.
Did it do it?
Wow, look
Nope,
at these
it did not
rolls.
do it. Is my D&D Beyond working?
I haven't gotten yours. I'm not sure why it wouldn't be rolling in Roll20, unless maybe you have two Roll20s open somewhere, maybe? Or do you have the Beyond 20 extension?
Yes. There we go.
I
Oh
think-
man, doing it. Ooh, 20.
I think there was an update with it the other day, so I had to turn mine off, then re-enable it, and it refreshed the page, and it worked.
Oh yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
that's
me
it.
too.
Well, with everybody's rolls, the lowest of you all being only a 17, as you're floating upwards and you kind of break through the top of this surface, the gravity reverts back, and then you begin to fall. With your perceptions, you see this kind of green dragon up in the distance, not as close as it is here, but it's just kind of gently floating in the wind, a little bit off, just kind of circling and flying. And you see before you kind of a floating rock land where there's suspended rocks and islands almost just floating off all in the distance. It looks very much
Like Pandora?
like this. Yeah, I guess like Pandora from Avatar, with like the floating thing. You see the kind of palace off in the distance, and you see the dragon just kind of gently floating around in the winds, circling through the different ones, hunting creatures or whatever it might be doing. But there's a gentle wind. It looks more like a sunset, but everything's kind of hued of greens. And as you begin to fall back down from the reverse gravity ending, you kind of tumble down into grass, and you find yourselves here.
Ooh.
That's about how big your characters should be. There's this little island that you're on is kind of, for the most part, level. You can see that there is a tower over here. There is some steps in it. This is kind of like steps.
Do the steps go into the tower or kind of like?
Yeah,
is
there's
the
an
tower-
arched doorway. Just a normal medium-sized creature size. But the tower goes up a couple stories and then cones off into what looks to be like it would have been part of a castle tower. But it's just a standalone thing kind of built here into the rock. And that's kind of all you see for now on this kind of floating island.
Elizabeth,
We are on a floating island.
Yep, if you turn around, this is a sheer drop behind you that just kind of goes down into infinity, it looks like. Just far below is just more clouds.
Okay.
Elizabeth is going to turn and look at Elvish, squint really hard, and say, Elvish, how did you get hurt already?
I play hard.
No, no playing hard. Play safe. You should know better. No being reckless, and she'll hand you a less just a plain healing potion, 2d4 plus 4, and go. I can't waste magic on you yet. Be more careful.
Yes, ma'am.
May I ask a quick question, Elizabeth? How loud are you saying this?
I hate that you ask because I be the person want to say not loud, but knowing Elizabeth, she would lecture him for getting hurt really bad.
Okay. Let's.
I'm gonna make this little symbol for my broom because I don't want to make a token for it. So that's me just sitting on my broom.
Okay.
Yeah. It's easier than maneuvering tokens around.
Okay. Off in the distance, everyone rolled such high perceptions. You can hear the dragon kind of just roar, and it's a very far away kind of, but the dragon's so large you can see kind of what it's doing, and it looks like it folds its wings back and starts to dive bomb down. You can see it's going after a bunch of very large swan-looking creatures, which all the flock of birds just kind of break flight, and the dragon's pursuing.
Excuse me, Elizabeth.
Hmm?
Have you ever fought a dragon before?
Oh no, but Draconic recognizes Draconic. It's fine.
Oh, I just heard they have good hearing, but who knows?
Oh, of course they do. Dragonborns and Draconic creatures are all amazing, are we not?
Oh, okay.
Elizabeth,
Yes.
just curious, how angry would a dragon be if they saw you using a bow made out of dragon bones?
You have a bow made of dragon bone you want to use on a dragon? First of all, how dare you think about hitting a dragon? Speaking to an independent dragonborn woman. Second of all, please don't.
It's just hypothetical. Just a question.
It better stay a hypothetical, or you may meet the end of my glittering mace skin.
Well, here's one thing I have to say. If it's coming after you, it doesn't matter what weapon you're using, because it's already coming after you. But let's avoid that end. Can I look around this area to see if there is any dangers? I don't know if you want to use my previous 19 perception or if I should re-roll that.
You can definitely just recycle that with you're very perceptive. The edges of the grass dip off very sharply into the fall. Essentially, it's the hill almost goes inwards as if it's been eroded away. So there's no way to really climb down without tools. But you are just on a floating piece of rock island. It's relatively inclined with you being here on the higher end, and it gently slopes down till you get to the lower end. There's a few rock outcroppings, a very large slab stone here, which stands probably about 30 feet high, and then about the towers also about 30 feet high, about level with it, with steps leading up into arched doorway.
Okay, then my second question is, are we supposed to be seeing the thing that's right here?
Yep, you'd be able to see. Yeah, you would be able to see its carved stone statue just over the rock pillars. Especially if you were to move a little bit down the hill, you can see that it's a carved stone, kind of painted green, though the paint's kind of much weathered.
Okay, then this tower, it doesn't look like it's completely on the island. Does it seem safe to actually go into?
It looks built into the island. In terms of its structural soundness, I would say that Miles is probably not a construction expert, so he would need to roll a check of some sort to try to gauge its stability. You could.
And I don't know.
Yeah, you could roll probably. I would say an insight check, maybe. I don't know if that's exactly the right one, but it'll work.
Hey, I have a very good insight, so I am all for this.
Yep. You can see there's giant wood timbers kind of supporting it that look to be drilled into the sediment below. It does look sturdy.
Okay. Can I go over here and start examining this and make sure it's not going to come alive.
Okay. As you are doing that, what are you doing specifically? Just eyeballing it, or are you going up and like, what are you doing?
I'm probably just eyeballing it.
Roll another investigation check, actually, because you're kind of more like. And
That's different than the other check I did. This one's not as good. Hey, natural 20 with a -1.
Okay. Right. And is
I'll fly
anybody
over here.
Okay, so you're still on your room. How high up?
I'm only like 5 feet up off the ground. I'm not very high. I'm basically just
You're
saving
skimming.
myself from walking. Yeah, because I can move 50 feet on the broom and only 30 feet if I walk. So
Okay.
it's just kind of a quicker.
Okay. How about Elvish and Theron and Elizabeth?
I'm keeping behind the Miles and making sure everyone has. I'm watching their back, so they're looking forward. I'm gonna look behind us a little bit.
Okay.
Actually, can I fly off and around underneath the island and back just to kind of see what's around?
Yeah, if you want to.
Yeah,
Be
that's
taking-
what I'll do.
Okay, so go ahead and move your token off to whatever side you want to kind of dip underneath.
We'll go. Yeah, we'll go over this way.
I imagine your broom is making kind of like an airspeeder noise.
Yeah. This...
Yeah.
Yep.
I can't make it one, but like Star Wars. Yeah. How about Theron and Elizabeth?
Elizabeth will follow behind Elvis, make sure he's not being reckless.
Okay.
Can I sneak and hide here? Just to be like with my bow out the ready.
Yep. Why don't you roll a stealth check? Yep, that'll work. Just a little bit. So you blend into the rock. I presume you have your bow at the ready, kind of just keeping an eye out for any dangers.
Yeah.
What you see is Miles kind of looking. He's folding his arms, looking up at this giant rock statue, which stands probably. It's kind of hunched over, but it's about 20 feet tall. Maybe if it wasn't hunched, 25 feet. And at the waist, this thing is just kind of built into the ground. However, Miles, with a natural 20 insight check, -1, so 19, you can see that this is definitely some sort of imbued rock statue. Definitely can come to life through magical energy of some form, but it's still sleeping. It is in a slumber.
Well, we have a sleeping magical rock, I think. I don't know. I'm not
Oh
very
my.
magical.
May I go and take a look?
Sure, I don't know how it works, but if it starts to try to attack you, I will help then, but can't help much with the magic bit of it.
Please be careful, little lady.
Alright, let me see.
Okay. As Elizabeth, you are
Oh
heading down.
my!
Nice.
With a +0!
Oh,
You guys are having a good night. So meanwhile, Glennon, you
just while examining rocks.
You curve your broom around in a very fantastic arc as you skid kind of underneath the rock, and you're kind of flying down the edge till you get to about the point, and all of a sudden there's a huge flock of these giant swans just kind of take off where they had been kind of perched on the other side of the underside of this rock thing, and you kind of swerve your broom just to get out of the way as these almost like wyvern-sized giant birds just take off and start dive bombing down into the clouds to fly away. But otherwise, there doesn't seem to be anything here. You can see the underside of the tower. It looks to be just kind of built straight upwards, and the ground is just foundational attachments and beams and stuff into the rock.
Cool. And then can I reappear on this side over here?
You can, safely.
Cool. I will safely fly over there.
So as you come up here, you can see Elizabeth eyeballing this thing. Are you touching it, or kind of what is Elizabeth doing with the natural 20 to find out all the information?
Elizabeth is squinting and like basically staring it down, trying to make sense of what it is.
Okay. So you're a cleric, right?
Yes, I am.
So this is not the same type of magic that you are more accustomed to dealing with. This is not holy magic or what would it be? Like it's not powered through deities of any kind. This is almost more like a golem style, like wizardry enchantment. But even then, it's got more almost druidic magic into it. Maybe this stone can come to life, and it's got a magical source itself, probably within its rock, maybe at the rock heart or something like that. But it is currently sleeping and can be awakened with the proper influence of something, whether that's you wanting to try to imbue it with magic, or if you wanted to try to find something to put into it, or try to find something to awaken it, basically. But it doesn't necessarily look hostile. It's literally just torso up, so it can't move except for its arm's radius. You don't see any signs that it could use battle magic, unless maybe through potentially its eyes or just like vocal components maybe, but it doesn't seem to be that type of a thing. It's potentially
Yes.
designed specifically for something else.
You said your name was Miles, Mr. Clamshellbra?
Yes. And that is a very interesting way to call someone by.
Alright, Mr. Miles, here is what I see. Surprisingly, my vision is not doing poorly today. I will take advantage right now. This is a magic golem that is asleep. We must keep our voices down. But we also should find a way to maybe wake it up. I don't know what would wake it up, but it should not be too much of a threat to us unless it shoots things out of its eyes or hands.
Or we could just destroy it before it wakes up.
Maybe let's not destroy something we don't understand. The gods put things in our path for a reason, like this giant sleeping golem.
I'm always good for a rock, buddy.
I do not like your puns. Keep your voice down. Someone is sleeping.
Aren't you wanting him to be woken up?
I'm not sure. What is your take on this, Mr. Miles?
We're not doing this, baby. Oh, sorry, what was that?
What do you propose we do, Mr. I'm in charge here?
Well, I just was taking a look at this. We can always fight it later if it comes awake, and it would be more difficult, or we could break it apart now. And I think what's of more interest is that tower over there. Emily, no, give it to me. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I think it is better to be safe than not. But at the same time, I wonder why this is placed here. It's so out of place on an otherwise flat floating piece of rock. Granted, floating pieces of rock are not normal themselves, but this is very out of place.
Can I point my finger at Elizabeth?
Okay.
Do we see you?
I don't know, but can I put my finger at her and cast message?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I guess I'll say I can cast message on it.
Okay. Are you doing that to Elizabeth though, or to the rock?
Her, just I'm asking her if she wants me to
okay.
cast message again on the rock.
I'm not sure if anyone's cast message on Elizabeth before, but I'll just assume that she's okay with it for now.
You hear this
Who
voice
said
in
that?
your head.
Who said? Who said? What? She's looking around like a chicken with his head cut off, but her head's still attached, thankfully. What? Who was that? What's going? Someone is sleeping. Why are you talking to me? Voices in my head. What do you want?
Elizabeth. Does it sound like somebody from a party?
Maybe. Where's the little one
Okay,
who does
okay,
not
okay,
stand
okay.
out?
I recognize the symptoms of someone who has never utilized message before because I also have message, so I'm seeing this from the other person's perspective, from like the third party. Just respond to the message. It's somebody else in our group. He's asking you a question. You can just think the answer and he'll hear.
She's going to go, all right, that makes sense, and then say out loud, because she's not thinking in her head. If you want to, you can. I can't make you do anything. I don't know where you are. Like that?
Yeah.
Can I cast?
We'll work on it. We'll work on it.
Can I cast a message on the rock golem thing?
Okay, what do you say?
Guess I'll say greetings.
Okay. Will you, Shane, roll me percentile dice?
I apologize, but what is a percentile dice?
So in roll 20, if you go down to the D20 thing, just above the question mark,
Yeah.
the very bottom is the D100. Just click that and it'll roll one. That's basically a 100-sided die. Okay. That is enough for you to get some form of reaction. You and anybody else who's kind of paying attention, everyone's been rolling so high, I'm imagining you're all very attuned to what's happening. But the eyelids on the stone golem kind of flutter a little bit, and then kind of slowly, there's kind of a grating noise as the eyelids open, just revealing kind of green pupilless light. And it kind of like the head rolls a little bit, and then he begins to pick up speed, and he cracks his neck to the right, and there's a big cracking noise, and a bunch of like little pebbles kind of pop off the stone golem, and then he cracks his head to the left, and then more rocks kind of pop out on the side, and then just kind of his mouth opens up extremely wide, and he lets out a huge yawn. And like,
Man, you're contagious. I'm all the way over here.
When did you move?
He went to go towards like the crumbling building and find an egg-shaped rock real quick, and with his ink, put some eyes on it, and then walk back.
Google ass.
okay. Since you went up to the portal there, what's your passive perception?
Passive perception is 15.
Okay, with a passive of 15, you would be able to see down. There's just water in the bottom of the well. There is no exit portal.
What? Oh no! As I'm googling, I have a concerned look, but I'm still doing it. Guys, the exit is not there.
What?
It is just a well. Also, I made Edith. She's egg.
Elizabeth looks at the golem, looks at Elvish, looks at Miles, looks over in the direction of where the portal was, and just goes, I don't even know where to start.
Would I remember that the Waterkeep dungeon we couldn't get back out until we took out the anchor?
You actually could get out of the Waterkeep dungeon if you remember. Thorvin actually took the mermaids out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So as Elizabeth says that, and this is happening, the stone golem stretches a little bit more. His hands kind of pull out of the ground, which they'd been kind of buried at the hands, and they pull up a bunch of loose earth, and he kind of stretches forth. He's got 4 fingers, kind of 3 ones and a thumb, and kind of shakes a little bit of the dirt off, pulls his other one free, and he yawns again, really, really kind of loud and gravelly.
Not again!
Can I say this might be the guardian that was supposed to guard? Maybe.
That is an interesting theory. Let's check. Excuse me, Mr. Golem. Are you the
I'm gonna
guardian
fly
who was
over here.
supposed to keep watch and did not because you were napping?
The stone golem like puts both its hands on its back, pops its back, and a whole bunch of more little loose pebbles and stones kind of trickle off of his body, and then he leans forwards at the waist as far as he can, which is about 10 to 15 feet towards you. So for the sake of that, I will move his token up a little. But that's about as far as he can get, and his eyes now fully open. They're just kind of glowing green. He just looks at you.
I have a theory. Also, Elizabeth, rocks don't have vocal cords, but my theory is that the guardian is what makes us able to get through the other way. So, maybe. Who knows? I'm not very smart, you see.
So it cannot talk with vocal. That makes sense. All right, Mr. Guardian, I need you to blink if you are the Guardian. Blink once for yes, blink twice for no.
Oh my god, I can't.
The head of their stone rock golem just kind of tilts to the left again, and you kind of just lean a little closer. He can get about within 10 feet of you, but his face is about the size of a large car. He just kind of looks at you sideways a
Adrian?
little.
If I'm looking at this statue correctly, I also realize the statue does not have ears.
Yeah, the avatar is accurate.
Oh, okay.
Can I
Rocks
put
have
my finger at it?
Okay.
Elizabeth, I don't think this rock has ears.
Oh,
Theron, were you
that
going
would
to...
make things a bit difficult, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
Guess
Someone have pen and paper?
I'm gonna point my finger out while she's doing that and ask it, are you the guardian?
Okay. What languages do you speak, Theron?
I speak Common, Elvish, and Dwarvish, and Thieves' Cant.
And what are
I don't
you...
really think that would work.
Are you trying in all of them?
Yeah.
So its head perks up, so it no longer is staring at Elizabeth. It actually kind of looks up a little bit, his head raising another 5 feet, looking around. He looks at Miles, then he looks up at Elvish and kind of looks over at Glennon, who's hovering on his broom over there, and he looks at the tower, and his gaze stares at the tower for a little bit, but he says nothing.
Do you think this rock is the protector of the tower?
Well, there's a rock, there's a tower. I see no reason why they are not related.
Guess I'll start flying towards the tower and see what happens.
Okay.
Elvish is finishing up his anime googly eyes on the rock and finishes with like a grass bow on top and tries to attempt to put it inside of the golem's hand as a gift.
Ooh, okay. So as you step over, and you're just holding this rock over to it.
Yes.
Okay. Roll a diplomacy check. Is that the right skill for this game?
Diplomacy?
Do you have diplomacy, or is it
Persuasion?
persuasion? That's the one. I've been playing too many not D&D games.
Okay, I'm gonna see if this works.
Yeah,
Did I do it?
like you.
It
Yeah.
did work this time, so you rolled a 22. So
Oh,
as you hold up this little stone, how big is the rock that you picked up?
it's about the size of my head
Okay.
with big anime eyes. I try to make it look pretty.
Okay.
With like a little mouth and like a bow on top.
Okay, it's not going to affect your roll, but roll a performance check to see how, or sleight of hand, whichever you prefer. I think performance is probably a little bit more appropriate, just to see like your artistic
20?
skill. Yeah, so,
That's the best pet rock ever.
yeah, you even shaved off a little bit of loose dirt on the side, so it's even like the appropriate shape. It's a fantastic, exquisite piece of art that you threw together in the last like 2 minutes. But you hold it up, the stone golem leans over, and he kind of takes his thumb and his pointer finger and gently takes it from you if you let him. Holds it up to his eyes, up to his nose, and then you can see him kind of smell. And then he pops it into his mouth and begins to crunch. He then
It likes food.
he then reaches out and kind of like offers you a big open palm hand down to you, which is again about the size of a small car for the hand. This four-fingered open hand.
I will get on it. I might regret this, but I will get on it.
Oh, if you start to climb onto it, he reverses the hand so it's an open palm up,
Oh,
so you can
handshake.
stand on it. It was.
Oh, yay. Yes, stand on it.
But yeah, if you stand on it, he lifts you up, and then he looks over his shoulder, and with a passive perception of 15, and what is Miles and Elvish and Theron's passive perception?
How do you calculate this?
Your
That'll be
bonus plus
passive
10.
with some perception.
Perception bonus?
Yep, and then add 10 to your perception bonus for your, just like your standard when you're not really actively looking for anything.
So I
12.
think it's only an 11.
Mine's a 12.
How about Theron?
So, question: I have proficiency in perception, so I would add that to it, correct?
Yes, so you'd have your wisdom
So-
plus proficiency.
13.
And then if some of the rogues can get double proficiency, what's your, if you were to roll the die, what would your bonus be? Is it +5 or is it?
I don't know. I'm just level 4, so I'm not sure if I have that yet.
Oh, okay, gotcha. But yeah, with you said it was a 13.
Yeah.
Okay, so none of the passives are high enough except for Elvish. So when the troll looks backward, or not the troll, but the rock golem looks back over his shoulder, and you see his eyebrows raise and his eyes kind of widen a little bit, even though he doesn't have pupils. Elvish, you can see the dragon is flying towards you full speed, and it is a humongous dragon, very much adult. Meanwhile, Glyndon, if you're going over here to the tower, you would find that there is, again, it's about 3 stories. There's steps leading up to an arched doorway, which is closed.
I am going to go check out the door and see if it's unlocked.
Okay. If you kind of try the doorknob, it is not unlocked.
Well, I'm not the best at lockpicking, but I'm gonna take a guess and assume that the person in our group who was wearing clothes to keep himself hidden might be into the shadier side of things, like breaking and entering. And I didn't actively look for him, but I'm just gonna kind of guess and shoot a message that way and hope it hits.
Okay. Why don't you roll me 1d4 with 1, 2, 3, 4. And
That's fine. This might end up with Elizabeth, which would be equally funny.
Okay.
Nope. Just goes right in the middle.
So you kind of point out, and what are you saying?
The door to the tower is locked. We need someone to unlock it. Can you come take care of it?
Silence.
And you're saying this to
It just ends
Elizabeth?
up.
And the
It just
grass
ends up
does
in the.
not
It ends
answer.
up in the wind.
Yeah,
It ends up like right here in the wind.
just gonna point and nothing's happening. However, as you're doing this, what you see is actually Elvish is standing on the rock golem's hand, and the rock golem looks over and looks startled. And Elvish, what would you do if you're seeing this dragon approaching?
I would let everyone know there's an adult dragon coming our way fast.
Okay.
And then I will politely bow.
As you
To
do
him.
that, the rock golem, his eyes still wide, looks at you, and then he closes his hand on you. If you are letting him, or if you want to try to jump out or get out of the way, then you have to roll a dexterity saving throw.
I'll let him.
His hand closed around you, and instead of it getting tighter, you feel yourself kind of getting pushed down into almost what feels like, I don't know how to describe it, like you're getting put into a bag of holding almost, or something. And for everybody else, all you see is the rock golem's hand just kind of close, sucking Elvish Presley down into it, and Elvish, you are gone.
Should we be worried about this, or
The warpstone opens his hand, and Elvish Presley is gone, and then he, with both hands, kind of like motions to shoo you both away, and then he points back towards the oncoming dragon, which is racing up only seconds away. And I think we're going to roll initiative at this point.
I would say, oh crap, and start running towards the door as soon as I can find my initiative roller. I did something weird, and now I have to roll each. I have to go to like different pages in my D&D Beyond. It's not all on one anymore. I found it.
What the heck just happened?
Oh dang! I didn't click on mine before I rolled it. I'm sorry, Adrian.
I will fix it for you in a moment.
Thank you. Unless you want me to re-roll, I'm totally fine with re-rolling my 5 initiative.
gee, I wonder why.
Did you see that by any chance?
Shane 23.
Nice.
Much better than my 5.
I thought I rolled a 3 for a second. I'm like, oh wait, no, that was my D4 roll. Whew. I got 12. It's better than 3.
Putting Elvish just off the side of the map because that way I can have his initiative. Do you want to roll initiative for me?
Boom.
I gave it to you.
14.
You can use the computer. Okay, so that's 14. Okay, so sorting.
You're
Elizabeth.
missing one person in the initiative order.
Oh,
Okay,
Theron,
needs to be
sorry.
put in there. Yeah, because they're going first.
Okay, and that
23.
is 23. Wow, nice.
I don't know what it is because I tried a bunch and I can't
So
remember.
Theron, you were actually the first to respond. What do you do?
Question: what is the distance from here
Go
to here?
watch the computer.
To the dorm? That is
Yeah.
going to be 55 feet.
Would you say I'm still hidden from the dragon?
It has not seen you from what you can tell, but it's flying in your general direction, so it's kind of hard to say. It's seen somebody. Something's brought in its attention.
It's probably me because I'm so shiny. Shiny!
Can I
Waterkeep.
just say heck with this and run to the door?
Okay. So you kind of break cover and start running down towards Glendon and the front door.
Yeah, so how far would I get?
How you get to the door if you're dashing? Or are you gonna just...
Yeah, I guess I'll dash, and then can I use cunning action?
Mhm.
That is cunning action, right?
You can use
I'm gonna
cunning
use
action
that.
to dash.
Can I also use fast hands or not?
Yeah, so if I think you're, as a rogue, you can bonus action to dash. That's your move and your bonus, and then you can take your action if you want to try to unlock the door.
Yeah, can I do that?
Yep, so you can roll your Thief's Tools, which would be, I guess, Sleight of Hand.
I actually have a Thief's Tool button, but...
Oh, then use that one, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so describe how Theron dexterously unlocks the door, and what kind of tools are you using?
Just a lock pick. At first, it doesn't work. Then I just kick it and it opens.
There you go. It does,
As far as I'm aware, he got my message.
because he comes running, and inside you see this chamber in front, but the door is open. The room inside is lit. There's candles and lamps that are all on and burning, but it is otherwise empty. Next is Elizabeth.
Elizabeth is going to look at the golem confused, look at Miles and go, and look at the dragon and go, I want to talk to the dragon, but I don't think you would let me for some reason. Why is that?
She's talking to me, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
You're a healer, right?
Yes, I am.
In the
heal.
house.
But what about Elvish and the golem who hugged and shoved him in the dirt?
Are you seriously going to spend your whole round? If you want to talk, you're going to run with me as soon as I'm on my round.
That's a
So
3.
I would suggest you run on your round.
But this is capital J.
Okay. Elizabeth will shrug her shoulders and fly after the other
I'm
party
busy.
members.
Sorry, what was that?
Elizabeth will make her way over to the other party members.
Okay. So you want to run up to the tower?
Yeah, I'm not gonna run. I'll fly. I guess because it's all I'm doing on my turn. I guess I'll just dash my way over there.
Okay. So yeah, you can basically get all the way.
I'll end my turn there.
Okay. Now, Elvish. Let me change the screen for you. Hold on, I have to adjust stuff on the GM layers.
Oh no, there's lots of things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I copied his token into the wrong one.
Oh.
Okay. You feel yourself getting squished down into the palm of this stone golem, and everything kind of goes black, and then everything starts to lighten up back up as he opens his hand again, and you find yourself in an emerald green.
Everybody can see this.
No, that's fine. It's okay. You find yourself in this emerald green palace with just kind of radiant lights all shining through these windows, and the stone golem opens his hand and you're still standing inside of it, and he kind of like lowers it down to the ground so you can step off if you wish.
I do.
And
I bow again for thank you without like using voice, because I don't think I would be able to speak.
Yep, he lifts up his finger, his big chubby stone finger, to his mouth, and just kind of holds it there for a little bit.
Okay.
Are you going to do anything immediately, or?
I'm at least gonna do a perception check because I'm worried about my friends.
Okay.
I'm just like, what just happened?
Okay.
Okay, so 24.
Okay. With a 24, you can see that this palace looks to be mostly empty. However, on the balcony further behind you, standing out on there, you see a robed figure. You can't really see, it's not wearing a hood, but it doesn't have any hair. But it's got kind of green skin, and it looks to be more like scales. And this is some sort of potentially a dragonborn, but he looks to be wearing kind of priest's robes, and he's looking out into the horizon where you can see that same green sunset and all the floating rock chunks and city type pieces. But he doesn't seem to have seen you.
Oh no. Okay. Okay. This is Elvish though. God. He's in awe of the beauty. He can really understand the beauty. God. Basically speechless, and I think the golem was trying to tell him to be quiet.
Okay. So you kind of stay motionless there, floored. Okay, so we'll
Near
go
the
back.
wall a little bit and just absorb my situation, and that's it. I'm just going to
Meanwhile, back here, Glennon.
I.
So just give it a second.
You're fine. I'll just write what I put in this little message.
I think everything's functioning. Becca, are you there? I think everything's back on.
Cool.
So
Yeah,
you're
I
spending your
sent-
turn to just message that, and then
Yeah, I
just
sent
retreating.
I sent that message to Miles. I put my broom away. I sent that message to Miles, and then I booked it past everybody into the tower.
Okay. So you spend your turn kind of getting inside to safety. Miles.
hmm
I think Miles is typing. He's gonna run. What's your speed? Do you have any armor hindrances because of your armor, or no? Does your magic one just kind of normal speed? There you are, I think. Yes, you're back.
There we go. There we go. Sorry, I was trying to click on it and it wasn't working, so I went to the next game channel.
Yeah,
and then
that worked. It's just a Discord needing to be rebooted. I think our internet cut out and kind of weirded it out. But yeah, so Miles, if you're gonna run, do you have full speed, or does your armor make you slower?
Not that I'm aware of.
I kind of doubt your magic armor does that. So if you're
No.
60 feet movement, that gets you out right next to
Yeah.
Elizabeth.
Right next to Elizabeth. Yeah, I measured earlier.
Okay, so yeah, if
I
you're
wasn't
just...
sure if it was my turn yet or not. I was messing with Discord. Sorry.
Okay. So yeah, that's that's your full turn just running. You're huffing it over.
Yeah. I have my shield nearby just in case, because I really don't want to have to use just my 21. At 23 armor class is better than 21. So I
Okay.
have that just in case.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm running.
So the dragon takes its full turn to dash up. So it's flying 160 feet, and then it lands here. If I can get it, lands here on top of the rocks and lets out a roar. And I need everybody who is outside. I think no, it's anyone who's within 120 feet and aware of it needs to roll a DC 16 Wisdom save.
Oh no, I can hear this. Right? Am I 120 feet away? Yeah, I think we all are. Alright, wisdom save. Is this a charm or something?
It is a frightful presence. That's not it.
Not a charm. Cool. That's
Is
fine.
this almost a charm effect? Because I have advantage on charm effect.
You are immune because you are not there, Elvish
yeah.
Presley.
No, I'm not there.
But yeah, I also have advantage on charms, but I think a 17 is probably good enough.
Yeah, you're fine.
This is a charm, right?
It's frightful presence. I don't think this is. I think this is more just the fact that it's a huge dragon. Not so much that it's charming you with a spell.
It's a
I was
scurry
wondering
board.
because elves have advantage on that.
Yeah. So unfortunately, I think everybody but Glennon kind of is quite afraid of this creature. But that's fine, I think, because you're all retreating anyways. So Theron, you're up.
I guess I'll go into the building and try to find a place to hide and get my bow out.
Okay. So yeah, inside again, there's lamps and stuff. There's two staircases, one going down, one going up, and then there's a little writing desk over here with a book on it, and that seems to be it. Very bare bones otherwise, very dusty. But yeah, as you hide into the tower, you no longer have line of sight on the dragon, so you think hopefully it's not going to chase you further. Elizabeth?
Oh no, I guess I'll go inside now.
Okay.
Hello?
So you also get into the tower and just kind of flatten up against the wall, which hiding from the dragon. Anything else specifically that you're doing, or just kind of hiding?
I'm going to say to Miles and anybody else, I mean, just anyone who can hear me, if you get hurt, don't worry, I heal.
Okay. Elvish. Everything seems to be the status quo here in this glistening emerald palace. The stone rock golem just kind of lowers his hand with his finger from his mouth, just lowers it down and kind of like rests his fists down back into the resting place on the tiled floor, and just kind of watches you. What do you do?
I don't know where my friends are. I don't know if they're okay, but I am okay. I didn't even hear the roar, so I'm not even close. Or what happened?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not even close because I didn't hear that roar. So the only thing I can do is
You can roll a perception check, actually.
another perception.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that'd be fine.
Oh shoot!
So 7.
Two.
You don't notice anything around you, like visually or anything. You probably would hear a distant roar, but it's almost like when you first teleported in and you kind of heard it chasing those birds further away. It just was kind of something like that in the background. It doesn't stand out to you as anything like threateningly close.
And did the finger on his mouth, did the golem actually tell me to shush?
That's what it looked like. If you want to roll an insight check, you can try to look at him a little bit more, because he's coherent. This one's not sleeping at all. It's very pristine, cleaned.
12.
And with a 12, it's looking down at you, watching you. It definitely was like trying to motion for you to be quiet.
Okay. Can I try to I consider him like a buddy now, so I am going to stay kind of near him. If I can roll a stealth check to make sure that I'm okay.
Okay. Yeah, if he can see you kind of that you're trying to stay close to him, he'll move his arm out a little bit so that there's almost like a column that you can kind of hide between him and the body of the stone troll, or whatever you want to do. But yeah, you're stealthy. The dragon, or sorry, the dragonborn out there on the landing, kind of looking out, seems to be quite engrossed with whatever he's watching. He's not paying attention to your direction at all. And I think that will be your turn, essentially. And back over here, Glennon.
So does it look like the stairs go down and these stairs go up?
Technically, it was supposed to be vice versa, but I guess it kind of looks that way. We'll still say this one goes down.
All right. Well, I'm going to use a little bit of movement and like walk here and just see what I see down here.
Okay. There is an empty bedroll with a made bed. There's a little writing desk with some parchment and inks on there, but otherwise it's barren. There's nothing else there. I guess there'd be a little window there next to the bed over here where you can see out into, again, more of this skies and floating rockery.
Use my movement and action or whatever and just walk that way and maybe get up the stairs, or maybe almost get up the stairs.
Yeah, if you want to get up the stairs, you can. It would get to a second floor, which is going to be it's a full floor plan, so it's one full thing, but the stairs continue up in a curly queue up to a third floor after it. What you'd find on the second floor is there's a writing desk, there's a bookshelf with some books, and then there are another shelf with more of like a medicine cabinet type thing where if you can open it up, and there's a couple different potions, it looks like, in here.
Ooh, I will grab those.
Okay.
And that'll be my turn in that. But then I want to make sure I'm looking at that bookcase as well.
Okay.
On my next turn.
So it sounds like you'll move and then get the potions this turn. There will
Yeah.
be there's 4 bottles on there. Yes, there's 4 potions. Miles.
Can I book the rest of the way into the house?
Yep, you definitely can. You kind of dive bomb through the doors. And do you close it behind you or just kind of get inside and hide?
Yeah, I close it behind me.
Okay.
Well, most of the way. How far can I look and see how far the dragon is before I close it?
Yes, it has just landed, so that
Closing
puts
the
it
door.
about just about 100 feet to you.
I closed the door. Was there a window that faces that direction from inside the building?
You would have seen that there's one from the second floor.
Can I go up to the second floor then? And
If you want to use the rest of your action to kind of like get up there to where Glennon is, you can see him
Yeah.
withdrawing some of these little vials from this shelf. And through the window, you can see the dragon. And that would be pretty much.
yeah, I want to keep an eye on the dragon, and while staying also hidden.
Okay.
That'll be my turn.
Okay, Theron.
Can I go up to the third floor?
Okay, yep. If you want to go up to the third floor, this one looks to be almost like an observatory. Facing the back over here is a giant telescope lens, and then there's various almost like pillows and stuff kind of lining the ground, and on the floor in the stone is kind of a painted mural of a bunch of stars, which you wouldn't necessarily recognize.
Can I look through the telescope?
You may.
Would I have to roll anything, or?
No, I just don't have any visuals to show for it, but you'd be looking out into kind of through a green atmosphere out into the multiverse, the astral sea, space essentially. But you are
So basically,
nowhere.
I'm staring at the void.
Yeah, basically but it looks to be some sort of stargazer type thing. So yeah, that's a movement and action. Is there anything else you wanted to do on the top floor? There's windows looking
Is there
around.
any window up here?
Yeah, facing back towards the rock, but the back half is mostly just this swivel telescope. But in the back, you can see the dragon through the window.
Could I go to the window and just point at the dragon?
Okay.
I guess. Would I be able to cast message this turn or not?
You would take your movement action. Is it a bonus action for message or no?
I do not know.
I think it's a action.
An
If it's a
action.
cantrip. So yeah, that would be it. Elizabeth.
Elizabeth is going to follow them up the stairs behind Glennon.
Okay, so you get to the second floor there. You can see Miles kind of like by the window, kind of peering out to see what the dragon's doing, and Glennon's at the kind of medicine cabinet case, wall-mounted bookcase or something.
Can Elizabeth look at the bookcase?
Yep. You want to roll a quick investigation check?
Alrighty. Oh, look, books.
Yep. A lot of these are not in Common or even Elvish. What languages does Eliza speak?
Elizabeth speaks Orin, Celestial, Common, and Draconic.
Orin. What is Orin?
It's the language of the Aarakocras.
Ooh. You would find a couple books in Orin, actually. What's your intelligence?
11.
Okay. You'd recognize some of the other languages that are there, but you can't read them. There's other elemental languages here. Terran, Aquan, Orin, which you can read, and Ignan. Those are the different elemental languages of different creatures.
Dang, I wish I had Naru because I finally learned Ignan.
Ah, yes. Books.
Yeah.
Can't read all of them, but I can read some.
The Orin book that you're reading is a fantastical history of the nature preserves of the swan, or something like that.
Ah, yes. Birds.
So that's kind of what you're finding on the bookshelf there. Elvish. Let's shift back to you. Are you doing anything on your turn, or just kind of staying there and waiting?
I am doing another perception check. I'm seeing if he's like being sketchy, if he actually noticed me but is not noticing me, quote
Okay.
unquote.
Sure. You can roll with advantage because you've got the upper hand with watching him.
Okay. 1, 2. Did I do it?
Okay. 22. And then if you rolled another, you can have advantage, but 22 is plenty high enough to see that the Dragonborn is just kind of fixated on whatever he's seeing. You hear another roar echo, and you can tell actually that's probably what he's watching. And then you look up and see that the stone golem is looking down at you. He's using his left arm kind of as a shield for you to hide behind, and then he kind of opens up his right hand and just kind of looks down at you like, did you want to do something? It's kind of the look he's giving you.
He takes a breath and walks out.
You walk what?
I'm going to approach the Dragonborn.
Oh, okay. So you step out. Are you going to say anything?
I kind of make a noise to not startle him.
Okay.
To announce my presence.
Okay. Yeah, the Dragonborn would whirl around, his cloak kind of fluttering behind him, and he begins to kind of not run out, but fast walk until he passes these pillars, and he's in the same kind of open chamber as you, and he just kind of looks at you.
And I immediately do a respectful bow.
Okay.
And I compliment the decor and the architecture. Just sorry for the interruption, and the place is beautiful.
Are you speaking this in common?
Yes, common.
He kind of puts his hands together and kind of does a slow bow towards you, and then he says to you in a language which you may or may not recognize. Do you speak Draconic?
I do not speak Draconic.
Okay.
I speak Common, Elvish, Infernal, and Sylvan.
Okay. So you don't hear what he says, but there's kind of a guttural vocals that he kind of issues out towards you. He doesn't look hostile, but he kind of inclines his head down and then kind of looks up to meet your gaze. But it seems to be at some form of a language impasse. Meanwhile, Glennon.
Alright, so we have these 4 bottles that I have no idea what they are. They're just potion stuff. I'm going to take a quick look at the books too and
Okay.
see if I can read any of them.
Okay. Do you speak any of those languages?
Languages I speak are Abyssal, Common, Elvish, Infernal, and Undercommon, so I didn't know if there were any extra books in any of those languages.
You can roll an investigation check.
But I can actually read any language given 11 minutes. I can read any language, literal meaning of any spoken, or understand any written language that I see for an hour. So I can take the books anyway.
Okay.
I just need 11 minutes to ritually cast the spell later.
Okay.
So, but I'll still see if there's anyone I can read right
Okay.
now.
So roll an
So
investigation
you
check.
said?
Yes.
Okay. 24.
Okay. So you kind of thumb over all the different books. You can also kind of recognize that they're all in the different elemental languages. However, squeezed between 2 of them, you find kind of a parchment, and you pull it out. You can see that it's a magical scroll. And as you kind of search through the rest of the bookcase, you find an additional 2, totaling 3 scrolls.
Ooh. What is on these scrolls? Anything? Or are they just blank scrolls?
They are magical scrolls. Can you automatically just tell what they are, or do you have to roll some sort of check for that?
That's kind of at your discretion. I mean, I have Identify. I can cast it ritually later, or I can roll an Arcana check if you want me to check and see if I can understand any of them, or I can do it later.
Okay, I will get you them in just a moment. I'm just going to write them down so I actually have the correct log for it. And I'll come right back to that.
Sounds good.
Miles.
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright.
And then I will give some of the potions to Elizabeth and be like, "Hey, you can heal. Do you know what these potions do?" Just kind of give her a handful of 4 bottles worth of potions that I don't know what they are. So.
Okay. Miles. Miles?
I am muted. Hi. I don't know if you saw, but I did roll a wisdom for at the end of my last
Oh.
turn because it says a creature can repeat a saving throw.
That's true.
I was thinking because I was looking at the window at the dragon, I probably did want to roll that.
Yeah. So
so
yeah,
I did it.
you're no longer
Yeah.
frightened of it. It looks like it's landed and like it goes after you. So if you want to sort of watch it, you can.
Yeah, I want to watch it and kind of keep the party up to date in a low tone of what it's doing, and just kind of have my sword and shield kind of ready for any needed fighting.
Okay. So the dragon, unless you're gonna do anything else.
Ready in action for whatever happens around me.
Okay. What is your action you're running to ready?
Like warn the group of what's happening with the dragon, I suppose. Because I was like, him attacking the building. It's hard to, yeah, it's hard to ready the action when I don't know what's going on. But if he's attacking, I kind of want to do I'm worried about him attacking the building and like melting it. But yeah.
Okay. So the dragon begins to move forwards. It stops here and kind of looks over at the stone golem and kind of sniffs the head and kind of looks up close to it. The stone golem seems to have frozen in place. The dragon roars again and then begins to saunter towards the tower. And then he sticks his head up to the 3rd floor window and looks inside of it. And then he bends down, looks into the 2nd one, and with his claw breaks open the door effortlessly and kind of like scratches inside with a couple of its talons. And I need everybody to roll stealth checks.
Very good at sneakily reading books, apparently.
Evidently, even though I'm right in front of the window, he can't see me.
Not today, Dragon Boy.
Is my shield just kind of like blocking the window as he's trying to look inside?
You can if you want to be not stealthy.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I feel like more like you closed the window shutters.
Yeah, I think that's what I would probably have done stealthily for my 22 stealth.
So, I did get everyone, so I thought I was missing Glennon's. So we have a 22 and a 22, an 8 and a 10. That's 2 failures and 2 passes. On a skill check like this, normally we would need to have the tiebreaker be Elvish, because it was a party of 5. However, since he's gone, it's status quo. The dragon continues to roar. And it is one more round as he's still there, trying to find you. Theron.
Can I cast message then hide on it?
Okay, what do you want to say?
Does my natural 20 not count towards like an extra we're not here? Just saying.
Technically, skill checks can't be critted, so I am going to say no.
Okay.
Always worth an ask.
I guess, yeah, I'm going to cast message then hide on it.
Okay, what do you say?
I'm going to say, "O dragon, most powerful of all beings, may I beseech you to converse between 2 beings."
Okay. There's a voice in your head. What languages do you speak, however?
Dwarvish, Elvish, Common.
Okay. You hear guttural grumbling back into your mind in a different language that will definitely be draconic. And it just kind of, it stops scraping from the inside where the door was, and then it just sticks a big eye in front of the window. that Miles is trying to close, and just to look in. Actually, no, you're on the top floor. So he looks in through the top window, and so Miles, you would just see the big throat of the dragon pass by the window as he looks in at Theron. But you can't tell what he said.
I guess I'll bow to the dragon.
Okay.
if
His
I can
eye
also.
squints at you a little bit. The slits kind of move down and narrow slightly as his eyeball is as big as the window almost, and he's looking at you. You can roll a persuasion check.
Please.
Not bad.
There's a moment where again it's his eye has narrowed, and then he kind of like moves away, and then you can see his muzzle kind of shifting until his nostrils are just in front of the window, and then he just takes a big inhaling of breath and inhales your scent. Elizabeth.
So the guttural sounds were in Theron's head, right?
Yes, it was whatever.
Telepathic?
Telepathic.
Yeah. Because Elizabeth can't speak Draconic, and I think she'd want to try to talk to the dragon and tell him to stop.
Okay. What do you do specifically?
I'm scared to ask because I'm afraid I'm gonna fuck this up. Even though I am proficient in persuasion, Elizabeth is going to hold up her is going to look at the dragon and speak in Draconic and go, "Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing today? Wonderful weather we're having. Could you maybe frighten my friends?"
The dragon immediately like shifts his head after sniffing Theron. He drops down to the second level, and so his eye is now right up next to the window. Miles, you're right next to this, by the way, kind of off to the side, and Elizabeth has kind of stood up in the way. What was the last portion you told him?
Would you cut? Oh, she's also afraid, so she's saying this a bit. Wouldn't she try to avoid him? Actually, do I reroll the wisdom save?
Yeah,
or...
go ahead and reroll your wisdom save. So that's a 12. So
Yeah.
technically, you would still be frightened by him.
Okay. So I guess I can't talk to the dragon then because Elizabeth is scared.
I mean, you could talk to him, but let's see the exact definition of being frightened. You have a disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while you are frightened.
Okay. I'm still gonna try this. Elizabeth, wow. Who's next to me right now? Is it just
Miles.
Glennon? Oh, Miles?
Mm-hmm. Theron's on the third floor.
Elizabeth is going to hide behind Miles. Wait, Miles is stealthing right now, so I shouldn't do that.
You could totally do that.
Miles is on.
doesn't
Never
mind.
mind.
Elizabeth's going to hide behind Miles and put her wings on his shoulders and say in Draconic, "Good afternoon, handsome. How are you doing today? Wonderful weather we're having. Please stop yelling at my friends. We don't mean to cause any dispersions on your wonderful day." So terrifying.
You can roll a persuasion check at disadvantage.
Yeah,
Oh,
I know. I'm scared.
the inner bard. Oh my god.
Wow.
Wow.
That's a 25 and a 23 with disadvantage. Elizabeth, you step kind of
Great.
clear as you're doing it, so you're in front of the window just enough. So his head immediately drops down a whole the story until his eye is kind of filling the window, and he's looking at you. And he jerks his head back and snorts, looking in the window at your little birdie form. And he responds back in Draconic, his gravelly voice just kind of emitted from his jaw. "What are you doing? Who are you?"
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Bethany Crane, and it is a pleasure to meet you. We were just in the neighborhood, not trying to bother big scary dragons.
he sniffs you as well and then breathes in your scent, probably catching a whiff of Glennon and Miles. And he leans over so he can try to see through the window hole towards where Glennon and Miles are. But before he does anything, Elvish, you are standing before this dragonborn. He looks almost like a monk. His hands kind of clasped together in kind of a peaceful motion, and he just is trying to wait to see what you're doing.
Gesture that there's a language barrier, so I'm gonna put my hand to my throat and then to my head, and then do the cross sign as in I can't understand, but I will slowly pull out a very fancy wine bottle and give it to him.
Okay. The dragonborn kind of holds out a clawed hand, accepts the wine bottle, and then motions for you to have a seat just there on the kind of emerald floor, and he cross-legs himself and sits down, and then pulls the wine bottle topper off, and then let's see, he wouldn't have mage hand or anything, so I guess he would just offer the bottle back to you for a first drink.
And I will do so because it might be sketchy, so I take it without hesitation, and then I give it back to him.
Okay, and then he will take a swig
Actually,
as well.
I actually have an empty bottle. Could I pour it into my bottle and then
So it's
hand
like
him
half
the
and half?
glass?
Yeah.
Yeah, half and half.
Yeah, absolutely. If you do that, then he nods, kind of silently, because he can tell that you don't speak the same language. But he crosses his legs and sits down, and then takes his half of the bottle, and he would take a drink of wine with you.
Mm-hmm.
And is there anything else that you're wanting to do on your turn over here?
That's all I can pretty much do. I don't have a translator, and is it okay if I just make another perception check just in case?
Yeah.
Or insight, just to see if, like, I know he's pretty friendly, so I'm going to do a perception and then insight. Right?
Yeah, definitely. You can roll in an insight or a perception as well if you want to kind of keep an eye on the surrounding areas.
Okay.
So, the palace seems to be deathly silent over here. There's nobody else present. On the very other end, there's double doors that go further into the palace. But for him, this dragonborn monk just is standing there in front of you, looking very hospitable, silent, alone, and seems to be very happy to have the company of one who even does not share the same language. But he drinks the wine, and he growls something which can only be taken to mean, this wine is delicious or excellent or something to that effect. But he seems to be having just a glass of wine with a kind stranger, it seems.
Okay.
So.
Yep, that's all I can do.
Glennon, the dragon is growling in Draconic. Do you speak Draconic? I forget.
I do not.
You do not. So this, you can tell that Elizabeth can, because she's responding, and then it's back and forth, and then he seems to be kind of looking around the corner for you and Miles. You don't think he can see you, but maybe he's caught a whiff of your scent, or maybe not. Maybe he's just trying to see. You're not sure, but what do you do?
Well, I guess I will make my way up to the 3rd floor.
Okay. You kind of sneak
Kind
up
of
the
go higher
stairs.
and see, just kind of slink my way up these stairs, trying to draw attention from this dragon, because I'm not trying to get breath, whatever he might have in there. Glennon's never seen a dragon. He just grew up in hills and heard stories of them blasting stuff out their face. So I'm not trying to get on the end of any of that. So I'm just gonna make my way upstairs and see if there's. When I get to the 3rd floor, can I do an Arcana check and see if I notice like any magical, like hidden doorways or entrances to see if I can try and figure out where Elvish Presley has sauntered off to?
Yeah, well, you would see Elvish Presley. Sorry, not Elvish Presley. No, you see Theron. I'm sorry, I got the names mixed up. But no, yeah, when you get up there, if you want to try to, first you would see the telescope pretty obviously, and then there's the big kind of long window. It's not like a circular one or an arched one. It's just kind of like a big glass window pane on the back, looking down into this area. And you can see Theron. But if you want to examine anything for magic, then yes. And what are you trying to examine?
Is there a map or anything on the floor, the walls, anywhere?
There's a star chart, it looks like.
I want to examine the star chart.
Okay.
See if there's any magical residue, or maybe it's like a port key or any type of magical teleportation device. So I'll look at it, I'll touch it, I'll kind of try and focus on it and see if I get anything from it.
Okay, that would be Arcana. So Arcana 20. You can tell that this is basically a diagram of the planes in the astral space. If you were to kind of connect that, you can use the telescope to look at different ones. You can kind of focus in on some of the different planes. So if you wanted to look at the material plane back home from the land of Erden, or if you wanted to look into, even if you wanted to try to seek out and look into the Nine Hells, you could try to find, whatever plane that you wanted to with this telescope. In terms of magical energy for teleportation, you don't sense that necessarily.
Alright, well I will roll the star chart up and put it in my bag.
That is painted onto the floor as a mural.
Oh.
So you can try to copy it.
I do have ink and I do have paper. So that is not the most important thing right now, but I will maybe do that later. But
Okay.
yeah, so other than that, I will just kind of put myself against the wall and try and be stealthy.
Okay. Miles. I feel like at this
Miles?
point Elizabeth is here. Oh my goodness, my mouse.
Miles doesn't know what he should do. The dragon isn't attacking us yet, and this fearful bird is hiding behind me. So I'm just gonna
I guess that's better.
protect the bird.
Okay.
It's trying to negotiate with the dragon.
Okay. So the next round then, the dragon knows that you're there, but Elizabeth has spoken to it, and so has Theron. Glennon and Miles, can you both roll me stealth checks again, since you're trying to remain hidden? So that's both not enough. So he takes his head back, sniffs again, and then just with one of his draconic claws, he just reaches into the window where Elizabeth is looking and just tears out the whole wall. And there's a crumbling and rumbling as this whole section is broken away. And once he's opened the tower up, he kind of looks in again and looks at you, Miles, specifically, next to Elizabeth. What do you do specifically? We're not necessarily in initiative order right now. But Miles, what do you do as he tears open the wall in front of you?
I ask Elizabeth if she wanted to negotiate with this dragon more.
Elizabeth is still. Did you turn to face her, or are you just turning your head because she's pretty much clinging to the back of you with her wings?
Yeah, I'm not going to try to turn around and turn to you because I'm pretty sure you're trying to get a piggyback right at this point. I have kids, so I know what that's like, and trying to get them. So I'm just kind of I'm not even going to turn my head as far. I'm just kind of turn it to the side and be like, "Are you going to try to negotiate with this thing, or are we going to need to do something.
She's holding you tighter and goes, better safe than not. Let me see what happens.
What do you do, Elizabeth?
I'm going to try to talk to the dragon. So, what is your name, Mr. Lovely Nature Dragon?
The dragon's snout comes really close up to Miles, and you can smell just kind of raw meat on his breath as he's just had a swan for dinner recently, probably, and in his kind of putrid breath kind of washing over you as he says in Draconic, "I am the Old One. Why do you speak my language, little swan?"
I'm going to roll persuasion and convince him that I am a dragonborn with a horrible skin condition. Can I re-roll my wisdom save, please?
Yeah, you can do that.
Please.
Yeah, you peek over Miles' shoulder, no longer terribly frightened of this dragon.
Well, I'm so glad you asked, Mr. the Old One. I'm also old for my age. I am not a swan, mind you. I am actually a dragonborn with a horrible skin condition that gave me feathers. Oh my god.
Can I roll with advantage because I rolled so well last time, or am I just up a creek without a paddle?
You find the dragon kind of lean back and roar with laughter. Miles, I don't think you've heard a dragon laugh before, so it's incredibly intimidating. But Elizabeth can tell that he's laughing at you very much. Glennon and Theron, you can see through the window the dragon kind of lean back, and it's just torn out a wall below you. So, like, what are you both doing up there?
I think they're about to get eaten for dinner.
I'm just like, wow.
Yeah, I don't know, cause I don't think I have anything. I'm not gonna attack it. That's a terrible idea. Ooh, I know what I'll do. I'll send a message. I will send a message to Miles. Like, do, do, do we need to fight it, or what's going on? Are you dead?
Are not dead yet. If I start fighting it, feel free to join me, but I'm not sure when that is going to happen.
Okay.
I don't know
Alright.
why you're laughing, Mr. the Old One. I'm just stating fact. Would you please tell me why you are here?
The dragon kind of calms himself and kind of sits down and like almost like a cat would, kind of perched up. And then he kind of looks through the open wall at you, and he can see through the top roof as well now towards there, so you can see basically all of you. And then he says in Draconic, "The monk should probably speak with you, little ones, little swan." And he kind of gets up close, and then he actually is going to hold out a dragon claw, and his talon is almost the size of a spear, and he kind of very like gently kind of prods Elizabeth unless you're trying to retreat.
Elizabeth would stare at the dragon with a look of indifference because she just told him who she is. Everything's fine.
Roll a persuasion check.
Oh my god.
7?
This is the worst time to roll doubles.
Whose mic is that? That's very loud. Okay. Yeah, he looks very unconvinced, but he does say at length, "You would make but a morsel. You should speak with the monk, and he should know what you're doing here."
Who is the monk and where do we find him?
The dragon is going to turn and actually launch up into the air and begin to fly.
Elizabeth will watch him fly away, pause, and go, "Wait a minute. Miles, you just called me a morsel.
Well, I don't know what he said.
Is that draconic insult for calling me a snack? I am a sophisticated dragonborn woman. I will not be talked to this way. Where is this monk?"
No, I think it just means you are smaller than he is.
It doesn't take him too long before the Dragonborn and Elvish, you see a very large dragon all of a sudden swoop down and land on that outer area. And the dragon lands on the kind of the railing and growls in Draconic, which Elvish you wouldn't be able to understand, but immediately the Dragonborn stands up and then looks at the dragon and kind of falls down face first onto the ground and kind of bows before the almighty dragon.
I will do the same because I don't know the etiquette here, so get up.
The dragon kind of snakes his head between the pillars and kind of sniffs towards you as well, and there's some more draconic words exchanged, to which the Dragonborn is kind of hastily trying to explain himself or explain something, and you can see his hand motions, and then he motions to you with both hands, and the dragon kind of sniffs in your direction again. Elvish, will you roll a persuasion check with advantage?
Sweet.
Ooh.
Ah, yes! 23!
Okay. The dragon kind of sits back up onto its hindquarters again, pulling his head out from between the two columns, snorts one last time, and then takes off into the air and kind of dive bombs down back into the sky. Immediately, the Dragonborn stands back up from his kind of prone position and kind of grabs towards your shoulder and begins to run towards the stone.
Was the grab towards the shoulder meaning to follow?
That's what you would think, yes.
Then I will.
Okay. The warp stone, seeing you coming, holds out its hands, and then the Dragonborn jumps on the left hand.
Then I will go right.
Okay. The stone kind of lifts you both up and begins to close its fists, and you feel yourselves kind of being pushed down, and you disappear, only to emerge moments later back here. Except that's a dragon, not your tokens. But you are here standing on the other side. As this would have taken a couple minutes for this to occur, back at the tower, were you guys doing anything else? As the dragon takes flight and flies away?
Could I ask if anyone has a bag of holding?
I wanted to look at the rest of the building. And if I see the telescope, I totally want to look through the telescope.
Okay. Yeah, you can absolutely do so. Glennon, or I guess you weren't necessarily copying everything right now.
No, I do have some ink and some paper, so I won't copy anything related to the material plane because I'm from there. I will, however, copy as much information as I can that's related to maybe like the Feywild and maybe the Nine Hells.
Okay, so you can just start getting basically a proficiency with history checks when it comes to stuff like that. I think history is probably an appropriate skill.
Yeah.
How about Theron and Elizabeth and Miles?
How big is the telescope?
It's enormous.
Ooh. I want to look through it.
Okay, yeah, you can see, just like if you were looking up at the stars, you see kind of the same, like purplish kind of space. You can see instead of like stars, you're seeing almost like constellations or galaxies rather. It's just kind of swirls of imagery, kind of representing the different planes that you're looking at, all scattered amongst the astral space.
Since the dragon went away, Glennon gave me 4 potions. Can I identify them, or are they just healing potions? There are 4 random potions to my knowledge.
Yes, so there are 2 healing potions, just normal standard ones. There is a potion of fire resistance and a potion of water breathing.
Awesome.
The spell scrolls, Glennon, because you would be able to kind of look at them a little bit more. There's a scroll of teleportation, a scroll of greater restoration, and a scroll of flight.
Ooh.
Is there anything else anyone wants to do here before Elvish returns?
Could I ask if anyone has a bag of holding?
I do not.
I do not.
I should buy one. That's a good
Right?
idea.
They'd be so handy.
Indeed.
Could I attempt to use my disguise kit to disguise my bow?
Okay, sure. Yeah, just roll
To
roll the check
not
for
look
it.
like what it does, because, yeah.
Kind of have just a walking stick.
Ew.
I did a so-so job. But Miles, if you were wanting to look at the top there, and so that's about when Elvish you pop back over here via the what they would call a warp stone, and the Dragonborn begins to run towards the tower, kind of holding up his skirts. Okay. Everybody, you hear Elvish and this second person running into the tower. He shouts out in Draconic, "Travelers! Visitors!"
Elizabeth will reply back, "Are you the monk?"
"Why, yes, I am the monk. The caretaker is my name."
Mr. Caretaker, your friend the old one has a terrible attitude. He calls me a morsel and I'm very offended as a dragonborn woman. Also, hello. It is a pleasure to meet you.
He looks very taken aback and looks you up and down.
At this point, I would go down to where Elizabeth is. Actually, does anybody else speak Draconic that I'm aware of?
I don't know the conversation going on, so Elvish just bursts in, just saying, "Hey guys, I made a friend."
Can I ask if anybody other than Elizabeth speaks Draconic?
If you give me 10 minutes, I can, or I can understand it. But I won't be able to speak it.
Okay,
Yeah,
I think understanding it enough for now would be useful.
Okay, so I will start the ritual of. Actually, hold on. Maybe this is a different character I'm thinking of. Yeah, it's a different character, but I do have comprehend languages, so you'll see me rummage through one of my pouches, get a pinch of soot, salt, kind of mix them together, start to draw out arcane rituals on the ground in a circle around me, and then kind of on my forehead, and I gain the ability to comprehend languages.
Okay. How long does this take?
It takes 10 minutes.
Okay, so probably the conversation's kind of progressed at that point. But Elizabeth, what did you want to be asking or saying?
So you're the monk. Why did the old one, she does air quotes with her talons, say to talk to you specifically?
"I think," he says, "it is because he assumes we're the same size and should... I mean, you speak our language, and you speak it very well. That's probably why you're not consumed. The old one is more or less a god in this realm."
Ah, but he is not a god like Bahamut, no? Bahamut is better than all of us.
"Bahamut." He looks confused and looks at you.
I don't have time to give you a lesson on theology. I just want to know what is going on here. Miles, do you speak Draconic?
No, I do not. What are you talking about? Are you being
Oh,
difficult?
"What language do you speak?"
she looks.
he says in Draconic to you.
Elizabeth looks over and goes, "He's human. He probably speaks common. He cannot understand Draconic." all Draconic and go, hold on, this is the caretaker, he's a friend of the old one. Apparently the old one thinks they're both the same size, it's very complicated, very weird. The old one's basically a god in this area.
I assume the old one is the dragon.
Yes.
Are you? I'm sorry. Did you convey asking what languages I speak or no?
Yes, I did. And you speak
Elvish, Dwarven, and Common.
She'll relay that. He speaks Elvish, Dwarven, and Common. Speak Common for all of them. I think it would make it a lot easier.
Common must not be very common. I do not speak common, whatever that is.
What do you speak besides Draconic then?
We speak Draconic. I'm a little versed in the elemental languages, seeing as where we are, and he kind of motions. But there's no other
Elizabeth
need.
nods. Elizabeth nods, looks at Miles, and goes, "He only speaks Draconic. I'm so sorry." Draconic and other elemental languages. You don't happen to speak elemental languages, do you?
I know someone who does, but I myself do not.
My Terran is probably the best second language, but we should just speak Draconic. You speak very well.
Well, thank you. Give me a moment, Mr. Caretaker. Elizabeth's going to yell, "Does anybody here speak Draconic besides me?"
Somebody else is working on it.
Yeah, I think.
All right.
We'll fast forward just a little bit so Glennon's your spell kind of finishes at this point.
As much as I'm sure Elizabeth is very useful, I don't think her translation ability is very high because she has too much personal feelings put into her translations.
So I come downstairs after hearing Elizabeth yell and this just guttural growling from downstairs. So I can understand what you're talking about, but I am not going to be able to speak with you in the language, but I can understand what you're talking about. But
What is he saying? You hear?
You'll have to be our translator, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth looks over at the caretaker and goes, "He can understand what you are saying like me, but he cannot speak the tongue. I will translate for all of you, but he will relay the information to everybody else."
Ah, I see. He puts his hands together and kind of bows towards you a little bit.
I bow, and then Theodore puts up his hands and makes a little spider-like bow too.
Can I have you ask what this place is?
What is this place, Mr. Caretaker?
This is a fraction of Terran, one of the elemental planes.
I see. Elizabeth looks over at Glenn. Do you want to belay the information, or should I?
You guys speak. I'll belay the information as you guys are talking. So
Okay,
we can just
carry on.
we can make this go this way. Yes.
And
Hmm.
can you ask what his name is? We had a really good drink, but I don't want to be rude.
His name is Caretaker Elvish. The Caretaker.
His real person name. Like Fred.
Not all places have what we consider names.
Tell us more about this place, Mr. Caretaker.
Long ago, there was a fracture in one of the elemental planes. This is one of them. I've been here to manage the temple of the Terran, the crystal folk.
The Crystal Funk.
How long ago?
How long ago?
Time is different here. It's been maybe 100 years.
How is time different here than our can they see to our plane?
Can you see into our
When
plane?
I looked through when I saw the telescope, could I see into our plane?
Yes. And we've not used this since the last visitor.
Who was the last visitor?
It was a different... He looks over at everybody and then he kind of points towards Miles. It was a female. and points at Miles.
Ah,
What did she look like?
what did she look like?
She was very young. She was a race, a human. She spoke Draconic. Her name was Yvonne.
I recognize this. How long ago did she visit you?
How long ago did she visit you?
He kind of ponders for a moment. Many years ago. Maybe
Me-
25 years, 20 years, maybe?
Was it around that time the fracture happened?
Was it around
No.
that time that fracture happened?
No. Fracture was long ago.
Ah,
Can I relay the information I know to the group, saying that Yavanna is the Queen of Nerria?
Yep.
And that when my sister was in the dungeon, Yavanna was the ghost or specter that was holding them in. So it's a very strange coincidence that she's been here before. Can I ask if he was sure that she was an actual human and not like some ghost pretending to be her?
Mr. Caretaker, are you sure it was a human and not some human-esque entity? Maybe a spirit, perhaps?
She was very much in the flesh. She was definitely nothing like you, madam, or... He looks at Elvish and kind of... maybe, but no, I believe she was human. I have not encountered their kind often.
I see.
Why did she come here? Did she
Why
give
did
a
she-
reason?
Did she give you a reason for coming here?
She was researching the elementals.
Ah,
What was she researching about them?
why was she researching them? What was she researching about them?
How to reunite the material plane, or not the... how to reunite the fracture with the elemental plane. And he motions to the telescope.
And she was using this area to research that. Very interesting. How old do you think she was at this point?
How old was she at that point?
I am no good measurer of age. Especially here, time does not pass the same.
That's what I was wondering, was when she was here versus how old she is now, if I could tell the time difference. I'm going to math.
Yeah, he said it was approximately 20 to 25 years ago.
Would I be able to kind of tell how long it's been between our time with how old she is now?
Yeah, you can roll a history check. If you want.
Let's see how good my history is. My whole -1. I have
Yep.
no idea.
You
Can I
would,
roll his check as well?
you may. I'd say Miles is probably no follower of any like royalty magazines or anything like
Bavarian
that.
royalty, yeah. I'm not really into the whole queenlyship.
Elizabeth,
I got a
you...
+7, so I could maybe roll.
Yeah,
I
anybody
had any
can.
reason to.
If
alright.
you've been in the material, like in either in Nerria or any of the neighbor ones, it's not uncommon that you would know what the president's name of some other country would be. So,
Well, there you go. There's a 26.
yep. So, Elizabeth, you definitely recognize her. Queen Yvonne is the Queen of Nerria and has been for quite some time. Glennon, you would know precisely that she's in her mid-40s, maybe almost 50s at this point. But she's been ruler for the last 20-ish years.
Did
Gotcha.
he give an age
I
estimate for
provide
how
that
old?
information.
Did she give an age estimate? Sorry, did he, for how old she was when she was visiting here?
He said he couldn't tell her age.
Okay.
Yeah,
She was
if you were
younger.
to press the issue, he would describe her as a younger lady. But again, he's not one to judge people's ages.
The time difference shouldn't be too much here because she's still alive.
Very much so. What else would you like me to ask him, Miles?
Does he happen to know anything about? I guess they wouldn't call it dungeons here. Pockets of space being opened up upon regular planes?
Mr. Caretaker, would you happen to know about any pockets of space that have... Repeat that, Miles?
Appeared in planes.
That have appeared in planes.
You mean like here? Separating from its mother plane?
Yes, but being held by items. And once
Yes.
the item is taken, the plane's disappearing. I don't know what happens after that point because I always get out of there beforehand.
Yes, Mr. Caretaker, sort of. But also, it would be an item of some sort.
I'm not sure that I understand what you're asking me. If you're referring to the Lady Yvonna, when she was here, she was looking at trying to reunite this pocket, or this shard, this world with the mother plane. But she left and never completed what she set out to do. We thought she gave up, and it is my duty to maintain the temple and serve the old one.
Elizabeth gets an idea. Oh, could you show us where she was last? Was it here or somewhere else? Where did she leave her work, so to speak?
It was in this tower that she stayed. From time to time she would come to the temple and go into the sacred chambers. Those are no longer safe.
What's in? Sorry, I take it that people are relaying information for me to be able to ask
Yes.
what's actually. Why aren't they safe?
The elementals no longer... they're no longer sentient. They are wild creatures. I take care of the palace for them, but for one to go in, they will attack you. It is no longer safe. Out of honor, we shall keep it restored and in good condition, but I do not recommend going in there.
How did Yvonna get between here and where she normally is?
What was the question?
How did Yvonna get between the material plane and here?
Keep motions back. The warp stones. She found a way for the warp stones to link back to her plane.
Did she leave that information here?
I know not. Can you put some dinosaur chickens in the toaster?
I kind of want to search the house for like a diary that has like her research in it. Like the book that was down here. Did anybody ever check and see what that was?
Can Elvish ask?
I'm sorry, I think it cut out for me a little bit.
Hello.
What happened?
Can Elvish ask you a couple questions real quick? Elvish is gonna ask the Dragonborn, this place is bleeding into our homeland through a portal that just recently closed. We think there might be a door somewhere that we can jump back in, maybe use the warp portals. But to fix the problem that was at our homeland, we're going to need to find an item, and this place might get hurt.
Well, I look over at you and I say, That's not necessarily the case. This place existed before the door opened between here and where we are and where we were. Um, in the dungeon with the mermaids, they were brought there some unknown way. And then it was destroyed, so I have no idea if this place will be destroyed.
As a backup, don't want my new friend to get hurt. If what we do to help our homeland happen.
Are you translating this to him as you guys are talking, or is this just in common?
I would hope that.
Well, Elizabeth, are you translating this for us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. As you're talking, the Dragonborn would kind of furrow his brow and say, "There is nothing that would happen here, I don't believe. If you've come through some form of a rift, it is likely maybe Lady Ivona has been researching back home, and she's maybe trying to solve our problem."
Lady Ivana, I don't think, can control her problem if dungeons and rifts are opening and attacking people on our plane.
Just a thought. With your mermaid story, I kind of heard your details. With the mermaids, they got brought back. Whenever
They were
dungeon collapsed, did it go back to its original plane, which would fix his problem, but we would also need him to come with us. Doesn't hurt.
See, I'm not sure what happens when people are left here. I have never met anyone who was left in a dungeon. However, I don't know if he'd want to come with us if he values his job more, but that'll be left to him to decide.
Elvish would look into the Dragonborn's eyes without hesitation for the. If it gets dangerous, would you mind helping us? It might help you in your situation. Might bring
Hey,
you back.
Adrian, how long ago did the dungeon open up in the castle?
Like 7 hours before Delric got it.
Can I ask if anything strange has happened in that time? About what I estimate would be the time difference between then and now. Has anything strange happened in the last 5 to 24 hours, depending on, yeah.
So he would answer you no, and then for Elvish Presley, I was trying to hear what you're saying, but it was kind of cutting out a little bit. You're basically wanting to say if something happened, would he help you or go back with you?
If it was dangerous, he would come back. But also, if he helps us go through with our mission, he might be doing what he was set out to do and help, which is bring that peace back to that land.
So he would tell you that he would not leave this plane if something was happening. His duty would be to stay at the monastery palace and kind of stand final guard over the elementals there. But he can do everything in his power that he can to help kind of restore this back to its original plane. So he's willing to help, but he's not willing to leave.
With a heavy heart, those things.
Can I start just going through like the books, if there's anything in common, maybe downstairs that would be
So not in the
research
library.
left? Yeah. I think they've looked through there and only discovered non-Englishy books.
Yep. Nobody has looked in the front area or in the basement. If
I
that's
can
what
read all books now too, by the way.
I would say look for stuff that might be research into planes and whatever magic would pertain to them. I'm
Okay.
not very good with that, so I have no idea what it means. But
Here, on this table here, there is the book that was just sitting there on the kind of not nightstand or anything. It's like an entry table, like a side table. And there is a book there. If you collect that one, it is full of different writings and notes and stuff in a very elegant hand, and seems all to do with the star scope. There's a
I will read that book because I can understand it now.
yep,
I
it's
cast the
in
spell.
it is in common.
I can
Yeah.
read it anyway.
Yep.
So
I would give it to him because I'm not very smart.
Glennon, if you want, you can roll an insight check.
oh, insight, that's not good for me. But all right, here we go. Told you it's not good for me.
Wait. I have insight. I am good with insight.
Okay.
I'm not. I'm just
I
very
lied.
intelligent. Not wise.
Yeah, I have wisdom, just not intelligence.
Here you go.
Sorry, I get the two confused. Does
Oh,
that
no,
mean
you're
I have
fine.
intelligence and not wisdom?
Yeah, you can immediately see that it is in common, but it seems to be a lot more like notes and research and drawings and sketches, and so you pretty much just pass it off to Glennon, who goes right into kind of deciphering it. And you can tell that there's a whole section or chapter in here that's dedicated to actual controls to rotate the star map or the star reader. So if you go back up to the top, you can uncover the secret panel that opens up to where there's some levers, and the entire top of the tower can rotate and shift and look at different locations. And you can find the bars that move it up, elevate and lower the scope. And so if you want, you can find the path that's going to look back to the material plane. And then there's another section of notes in the book which links it to the warp stones.
Did the ripped wall hurt that mechanism?
No, that tore out on the second floor, so the library books were scattered all over the ground.
So
Can I-
I can
While he's doing
explain that. I
that-
can go and do that stuff.
While he's doing that, can I run downstairs and search down here?
Okay, you can roll an investigation.
With my whole -1. Ha!
Yep. The bed's made. It's made from actually very nice sheets, even though they're all covered with dust. And everything's bare here except for this little desk. There's an arcane lamp on it, which is still aglow, kind of like a globe almost. But that seems to be it. There's a drawer, but you pull it open, it doesn't look to have anything in it, so you close it.
Can Elizabeth go help Miles investigate whatever he was looking at?
Sure.
Can
I'm gonna go
I
down
use
and
you for translation for one more second, though?
Elizabeth is very useful with translating.
Yeah.
what are you going to ask?
I'm going to ask in the dangerous floors that aren't safe anymore, if there's something of importance that might have tied this plane to where it is now. Basically, I'm trying to find the whatever you call it for the dungeon, like the plug.
The key.
But I'm trying to describe it, and I'm not sure if it might be in that very dangerous area.
So, to the best of him being able to describe it back in the temple, the elemental palace, the I guess you would refer to her as Lady Ivona, but the queen did not have anything that she left in there. It's all artifacts that were recovered from any of the floating islands that were from the original plane. They had collected all kind of the items and put them into like the palace as like a museum of sorts. And so everything within the vaults is just kind of the the remainder of what the original plane was.
And one more question, just like, if since he's a monk, if any of those items might have had an arcane spike recently, or have been acting up, that he might have known. He's one of the characters.
Apart from the elementals kind of going kind of insane in Berserk, which occurred pretty much about 15 years ago or so, there's been no like change. Everything's kind of been the same since then. At which point he himself stopped going in there.
Other than the elementals going berserk, was there anything else strange that happened around that time?
Nothing that he was aware of. Nothing that would have caused the change.
Interesting. That time frame seems suspicious.
Is there a basement?
There's the lower level with the bed.
I'm skeptical if there's a wall here. Or if there's a secret door. Secret tunnel.
It doesn't seem to be. It seems to be a pretty solid wall from what Miles can tell.
Yep, that's rock.
Elizabeth, did you want to go down and look as well?
Elizabeth will go look as well. What she'll ask Miles, what were you just looking at?
I found a drawer and a dusty bed that was made. It seemed pretty standard for living conditions. I don't know if there was anything else in there. You're free to look.
Alright.
Can I do a perception check since this is the first time that I'm here and see if there's like any apartment, like something of use that we might be looking for?
Yeah. So the second level is mostly kind of destroyed and disassembled from the dragon breaking it. But you can roll either an investigation or you can roll a perception if you just kind of want to glance around.
This place is probably destroyed. Is it okay if he hops up to the 3rd floor?
Okay. From the 3rd floor, you can see that there is the star reader, the telescope, and Glennon has deciphered kind of the way to open up. There's a metal panel which flipped open, and there's some controls which actually rotates the top of the tower, and you can arrange to look at different planes amongst the astral sea. So he found the coordinates to kind of lock on to the material plane back home. However, in the basement, Elizabeth kind of looks around, looks in the drawer, looks at the walls, and comes to the same conclusions as Miles. Not much down there. I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well. Elvish, firstly, I don't know if you can turn your mic up maybe a little, or...
Okay. 1 second, can you hear me now?
I think so. Do you have
Hello?
what is Discord? Do you have noise suppression on with Discord?
Yeah, a little bit.
Maybe try turning that off and seeing if it will, because it keeps cutting you out.
Hello? Automatic?
That seems a lot better, actually. Cool. So you're looking in the top section there. You'd see is again the floor has the kind of star map on it. Then there's the device itself, and then the big kind of wide pane window. If the Glennon rotates the top circle, that window just kind of curves around, and you see more of a glimpse of the palace that you had just come from, where the Dragonborn was. You can see that far off into the distance. Kind of again imagine. Let's see, what would it be? Imagine if you're where this dude is, it's like way off over there somewhere.
Oh, that was beautiful.
But that's the top. There doesn't seem to be any kind of shelving or anything in here. It's just kind of the device. Is either Theron or Elvish Presley or Glennon wanting to do anything else?
Can I go to the bottom floor?
Okay.
And I guess can I just use my roguish abilities, see if there's anything that's like unseen
Okay.
anywhere?
What ability is that called again?
I don't know. I'm just saying like he's a rogue, so
Okay,
maybe he's
gotcha.
like.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean like a literal ability. I just
Okay,
meant,
no
like,
worries.
from his own experience.
Yeah, you can roll either perception or an investigation, and then if you tell me exactly what you're wanting to look at, maybe you can get advantage based off of your experiences.
Personally, I'd say a trapdoor that could be hidden in plain sight.
Okay.
And I'll go perception.
Okay.
No.
And you if you're wanting to look more in depth, I generally have people roll investigation if they're actually trying to like test things and try to spend more time than just kind of a quick glance. So you can roll an investigation. Nobody is finding anything down here. It seems to be just rock floor, the bed, the little desk, the empty drawer, and that's pretty much it.
Elvish, you should go look. Someone who hasn't looked, go look. We are stuck in intelligence rolls.
Okay,
This is,
I'm looking.
Bad game design.
So we're certain there's nothing in the bottom floor.
18?
Okay, so
Thank you, Elvish.
Elvish, you go downstairs. You kind of flip the covers over, look around the bed. Don't see anything. Kind of check the drawer. The drawer is empty. However, it's not that deep. It's a very shallow drawer. If you pull it out, you can tell that there's definitely a more space underneath wherever the drawer would be. There is a false bottom in the drawer.
And he opens the box bottom. If it's like a full tab thing or something.
Okay. If you want to try to open it up, that would typically be a sleight of hand, or if you have thieves' tools, you can try those.
Sleight of hand.
Okay. So Elvish Presley, you're able to kind of pop open the seam of the bottom of the drawer, and as soon as you kind of get your fingernails just in there to be able to pry out the board, you lift it up, and there is indeed a small, thin book there, and it is emanating with black energy.
Oh no! I'm not very much of a arcane person, so let's say I found a book. It was hidden. It doesn't feel right.
You found a book down there? There was something exciting down there. Where did you find it?
Underneath the shelf bottom.
There wasn't underneath to that shelf? Oh my.
We also don't have that way out, so I'm afraid, and it's in my hands.
Are you going to...
Elvis is gonna slowly kind of crack it open. Is waiting for anybody to yell at him.
Sorry, what are you cracking open?
Very
The
nice
ominous black glowing book.
Well, right now I think I went upstairs to check on how the telescope thing was working.
I announced throughout the house that I found ominous book.
Okay, yeah. Who's I think Glennon, were you the one who was fixing the telescope to where it was looking at
Yes.
our plane?
Yeah. I'm trying to look at the plane where we're from and then trying to figure out what opened this
Connecting.
rift. Yeah, what's connecting them.
I think there's a transport stone that we can connect once we get the plane we want settled. Can we zoom in to our plane? Because it'd be better to get put closer to, the Nerrian palace than, say, Cholt. Not good to end up somewhere randomly in Cholt. Bad idea.
True. Yeah, I can make it as close to it as possible as far as
Yeah.
that's concerned.
You want to roll an Arcana check, and that would be with advantage because you do have the notes.
17.
Okay, and where are you trying to set your target for the warpstone?
I would want it to be at either the palace or back where we all just came from.
Okay.
On our plane.
Okay, so you feel confident that you have set that coordinates, and then there is as the telescope is kind of aimed up into the sky, you can see that the warpstone down out through the window is has its hands back out, and it looks like it's awaiting.
Alright,
This
as-
guy.
I'm going to walk downstairs then, and I'm assuming I've heard her
Yeah.
yelling about that book. I want to see if I can check out that book.
I'm not very good with magic. and
Elvish
stuff,
is
so-
just opening the book because no one's yelling at him.
Yeah, as you do so, everything is kind of glossed over with black energy. There's words beneath it, but you can't read through this swirling black mists of almost like ink that's just kind of covering over the parchment and just kind of swirling. It's emanating a visible kind of aura around it, just kind of almost like steam, but it's black and just kind of fizzles out. However, nothing does happen if you open up the book. You can definitely get a sense that there's something incredibly magical, but not necessarily good about this item.
Can I see that book, please?
Here.
What language is it written in? Because if it's a base language that I can speak, then I can just read it, but otherwise it's a minute per page.
I'm not sure you would be able to even read through it because it's all covered over with the magical aura. Does your ability let you bypass that?
No, but I have the ability to see into the ethereal plane. If that would help.
Or that would be to see invisible things, I think, right?
Well, it would let me see invisible creatures and objects if they were invisible, and I can see into the ethereal plane. Ethereal creatures and objects appear ghostly and translucent, so I don't know if it was like an ethereal black magic or something that would help with. It's a stretch, but it's worth an ask.
No, it's not any
Bless
sort
you.
of ethereal
I
covering.
don't have True Sight yet, so I can't do
True
that
Sight
yet.
would work. But
Yeah, I won't have True Seeing until I get a 6th level spell slot, which is a minute away. So it's a while. But yeah,
so
I guess I just look at this evil book and don't really notice anything different.
yep. So you
Can
have
I
it.
hand it to the monk?
The monk will not take it. He holds his hands back and steps back, and like, no.
Can I go double check the well?
Can I ask him why? What's the reason?
So long as Elizabeth is able to translate, he does not want to touch anything that looks like that. It does not look of good intent of any kind.
Elizabeth,
Glitter on it, will it help?
Elizabeth will look at the book and look at Elvish and go, remember the portal in here and the blackness around the yellowness? That's what that reminds me of.
Okay, then I'll hold it because I can take the punch. Got it.
For that reason, give me the book so you don't get hurt again.
No, because you're the healer. You heal. This is what you're good at.
Put
So
the
far
book
there hasn't-
down.
So far, there hasn't been even any fighting, so killing isn't even necessary in that case.
I will put my backpack so she doesn't get hurt.
Can I go
I
and
will
double
have
check
to-
the well?
I'll let
Okay.
everybody else know that the golem has his hands extended,
Okay.
ready for us to teleport away.
Yep. So are you looking out? Where's Glennon right now?
So I walked down to the floor where they were discussing everything after I set what I think is the right direction.
So you're on the first floor then.
Yeah.
How about for Miles, as you are stepping out as well, you would actually be still over by the door to the tower. I'd say both Glennon and Miles can roll a perception check since you were just trying to notify them about the stone, and then Miles is just leaving. Whoa. So
12 and 11.
So you
then-
see,
Yeah,
both
go ahead.
both of you actually would see, there are 4 elemental-looking green things, kind of flocking towards you from the warpstone.
Oh no.
Towards us?
Oh,
Yep. And then everybody will need to reroll initiative. Actually,
there it is. All right.
while it took incredibly long because of the way the gameplay went, they are finally
that's-
coming.
That's fine. We found everything, I think.
I might roll 20, or maybe it's my
Am
mouse
I
again.
still? Am I still, Adrian? Am I still over by the door? Are you not letting me go over? To the
Yeah,
door?
because you'd see this as soon as you're exiting the tower.
Can I look over and say, Elizabeth, ask the draconic person what these are.
What are those?
He would look out and he would get very surprised and he'd say, "Those are the elementals. What are they doing here?"
Those are
Can-
elementals. What are they doing here?
Can we defend ourselves if it gets bad? Or will you get angry?
Are we allowed to defend ourselves? Or can you alleviate the situation?
They've been sealed in the temple. I'm not sure how they got out. They will attack. Yes, I've had to defend myself before.
So that doesn't answer my question. Are we allowed to defend ourselves or will you take care of the situation?
He said yes, defend.
Alright.
So I need
I
initiative.
get my
from
shield
Miles.
and sword out. Ready my battle gear.
Okay, that's 24. Miles, what was yours?
Oh, and sorry, I did not roll. I'm sorry. Ha! Take that over 5.
So, presuming Miles and Glennon notify everyone, Theron would get to actually go first.
I guess. Can I take a shot at one?
Okay. So, where are you currently? On the first floor?
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll need to get a line of sight. You can either go out through the doorway or we'll go up to the 2nd floor, 3rd floor.
I guess can I like go right here?
Yeah.
And take a shot?
Okay, yep. Go ahead and roll an attack. Yep, that will definitely hit one. So as you launch an arrow, it strikes the center of this kind of crystalline being, and the tokens show like a gemstone, but they're vaguely humanoidish, of varying lengths of their arms and legs, kind of crystal, kind of grown or built into appendages, and they seem to be scuttling towards you. But your first shot nails one, and it shatters.
I guess I'll look back and say, was that supposed to happen?
Oh no, I guess.
So Elvish would get to go next.
Okay.
That's very loud, Becca.
Sorry, my chair is squeaky.
Try and find it. There it is. Okay, I'm going to get. Right. Okay. Move it. Right here. And hold my action for a thunder wave if they get in my direction. Right over here.
Okay. Okay, that will be your turn then. Miles.
I unmute myself first.
I will
Then
also stay
Oh.
back away from me. So they don't go away.
Sorry, what was that, Lauren?
I also don't want them to get hurt, so I say stay away from me.
oh, what are you doing?
Thunder wave. It's gonna be a 15-foot cube
Foot cube from you?
from the center of me on each side. And the action is if they get closer.
Can I hold my action for once that happens to go up by him, but after his held action?
Okay. So you're holding action for Thunderwave to go off, and then what do you do?
And then if said so I'm sorry, let me move my mouse. So once the thunder wave goes off from him, I assume it's because the people are within a certain distance of him, at which point I will run up to about here or here and attack said creature. Let me double check the distance. I should be fine. If they're within like that.
Okay. So you just want to attack one if you can get in range, basically?
Yeah.
Okay.
But for once held action goes off.
Yeah. Elizabeth.
Alright. Elizabeth is going to fly out of the... Because she is slim and petite, despite being an old lady, she's going to fly out of the tower and stand in the middle of everybody, and she's going to cast Bless and then fly up in the air.
Okay.
To keep a bird's eye view.
How high are you flying? Sorry, hon,
Well,
I'm busy.
I moved about... I will fly up, I'll call it 35 feet.
Okay. And then next up is... And you're casting Bless on 3 creatures? Is that... Which of your allies?
Elvish, Theron, and Miles because they're outside with me.
Okay. So, it is now their turn. The monk priest actually will begin to run upstairs. These 3 of them are going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so that would trigger your thing to go off, I believe.
Yes, where I can get them all 3 at least. That one's with a level 2 thunder wave. Okay. DC 14, Constitution save.
Okay, and they're all within the range, right? So they take double damage, right? Because they're crystalline?
Yes.
Okay, so even with half damage, that destroys all 3 of them. And that would trigger Miles' action to run up, but there's would be none within range because they all basically get shattered as that thunder wave goes off. So Miles, you'd kind of run up with your big sword ready, and kind of just kind of stay there. But you do see two more of these kind of appear as the warp stone opens its palms upwards, and then there's these two more that are coming.
Well, yeah, I would get up to there for my action.
Okay. Then Glennon.
Alright, well, let's see here. That would be boom. I'm gonna move to right over there. Firstly, get out of here and go right there. And then I can probably reach them, I would imagine. Oh yeah, most definitely. Okay, so I'm going to cast... actually, are these guys within 5 feet of each other, you think? Like 8 feet, so they're a little further away. Oh, that's not my range anyway. Okay, well, I'm going to cast Firebolt on the one on the right.
Okay.
So this one. Bam. So that's a 23 for 8 fire damage.
Okay. So it kind of hits the crystalline thing, kind of heats up a section of it. It doesn't seem to have taken that much damage from it, unfortunately.
Hey, it's uses of cantrips. You figure out what's useful.
Okay.
And I don't. How far away is this for a second? Do I have to be touching them? Yes, I do. Okay, that's my turn.
Okay. Next up is Theron.
Can I take another shot with my bow?
You can. Okay. This one does not hit, however. It just kind of whistles directly over the head of it, almost grazing it, but just kind of clatters into the stone rock behind it.
Can I use a cunning action then to hide?
You can. You want to roll a stealth check as you just kind of flatten up against the rock?
Stealth.
Okay, yeah. As far as you can tell, you are one with the rock. Elvish.
I will Bardic inspire the thief, saying, "I haven't seen you literally half this time. Doing great." And I will do my movement. Can't move anymore, but still do actions. I'll be right there. This area. And I will Eldritch Blast. Boom.
Okay. The Eldritch Blast kind of hits the crystal, but kind of glances out and kind of sprays into a couple different lines as the crystal just kind of reflects it into the air as it is a miss.
Maybe I should try something else.
So it's a move and attack and bonus action for a bonus Bardic Inspiration. So next up is Miles.
Me. Oops. Cute. Haha! Shortcuts. Let's get to here and hold my attack for when they get closer to me.
Okay. So strike
so
once
hold-
within range.
Yeah, and I have 2 attacks, I believe. So 1 on each, please.
Okay. Elizabeth.
Elizabeth will. Let me see.
Oops, I think I skipped their initiative. They have a. Oh no,
They
they're
were
12.
They were at 12. Yeah, they were before
After
me.
Elizabeth.
I need to copy one out of the battle so that I can keep its turn.
I'm curious. I mean, we probably don't need it, so maybe not. Elizabeth will fly over next to Elvish. Still 35 feet in the air. And I will attack this elemental with my sling.
Okay. Okay.
I'm not good at that.
The rock, it does make contact, but just kind of glances off the crystal. This one doesn't really seem to have a head, but there's more like just kind of glowing eyes within the crystal body itself. But it does take no damage from that as you just kind of misses and glances off. Who has the book?
Elvish.
Okay, roll a dexterity save.
Ooh. Wait, you're blessed. You have +4. Plus D4.
Plus D4. Come on.
Okay. Cool.
Go for.
Oh. Well,
One is better than none.
that's true. That's true.
There's a pulse of black energy which kind of emits from your pocket or wherever you're carrying the book, as it kind of shatters the ground beneath you, and it begins to crumple away and split and tear, and you find yourself falling down, and the crack is beginning to widen very rapidly, and you kind of don't get pinned, but you fall down prone into this kind of waist-deep splinter that's kind of erupted from this floating island, and the crack begins to shudder its way outwards. As soon as it touches this rock here, there's kind of a bit of a quake that occurs from there. These guys come forwards. Oh, actually, Elizabeth, you're flying, so you're fine, unless you landed.
No, I'm still in the air. 35 feet.
Okay, Miles, you get your 2 attacks.
It rolled in the D&D Beyond.
Has to roll and roll 20.
No, I know, and I don't know why it did that. Wait, here we go. Ah. There's one attack.
Alright.
There's 2 attack.
Okay, both of those hit.
When I roll the damage, it doesn't roll it in D&D Beyond.
Okay.
If
So
you click on the longsword, will it roll the damage for you? Like on the pink thing? In roll 20?
I'm just rolling the damage separate there. So I did 6 damage to both of them.
Okay. So you chip bits of crystal off of both of these, but they just kind of recoil back a little bit from the blow, and there's a little bit of a fracture. Is your weapon magical, out of curiosity?
I have a magical weapon. I can do that.
Is that what you're using?
No, but I might get it out.
What weapon are you using?
I'm just using a longsword.
Okay. Will you roll percentile dice for me, please?
91.
So the second hit, your longsword hits the crystal, and you get a really decent hit, and you do the 6 damage still, but the blade fractures and cracks, and your longsword is no longer functional.
Yeah, at this point, I realized that I need a different weapon, for sure.
That is their turn. The Dragonborn reaches to the top of the tower and looks over to see kind of what he can see from up there. And then it is Glennon's turn.
Alright, I'm going to... So, to me, does it look like Elvish is being dragged underground?
Dragged? No. Like a cave-in just erupted from underneath him? Yes. Does it look like the splinters are kind of looking to get worse? Yes.
Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. Gonna hop on my broom, because it's got, if I recall, it's like a 30 or 60 feet flying speed, I think.
I think it's 50, if I remember.
It's 50 feet. Yeah, it's 50. Cool. So I'm hopping on my broom. I'm gonna fly like 10 feet up in the air, and then basically, well, not 10 feet because I gotta touch Elvish. So I'm gonna fly directly over to Elvish.
Okay.
I'm gonna whip out this scroll of fly that I acquired, and I'm basically gonna trace real quickly the arcane rune in the air and just like touch Elvish on the head. So Elvish now has the ability to fly 60 feet for the next 10 minutes, as long as I don't lose concentration on him on this spell. And then I'm gonna fly 10 feet up in the air.
Okay, and you have 3rd level spell slots, right? You can cast 3rd level?
I can, yes.
Okay, perfect. So I don't think you have to roll for anything. You can just cast the spell through the scroll.
Yeah, and it does. Yeah, and it doesn't cost me a spell slot, correct?
Yep,
'Cause
exactly.
It's from the spell.
Yeah,
Cool.
what
Yep.
you the
Yeah, I have
scroll,
the ability to cast.
as you're tracing the
Disappear.
magic and reading it, the runes kind of burn off the scroll until it's just a blank tapestry almost, and the scroll is consumed and now useless.
That works for me. Can I just keep a blank scroll to
You can.
draw stuff on?
You could, but you couldn't use it for magical purposes any longer. They're one-time use parchments.
That's
You can-
fine. I could use it to write a letter.
Exactly. Yes.
Blank
So
scroll parchment.
that is your turn, Theron. Hidden over in the
My turn.
rocks.
Would I've seen him do the scroll on Elvish yet?
I would say yes. It's happening simultaneously, but you can. It's not concealing anything. And I'm sure you said your passive was 13. That's enough to see the basic stuff going on, or whether it's 13 or 14. Either's good enough.
Can I attempt to kind of like run over here?
Yep. You can do so.
And kind of take a shot with my bow at this one?
Yes, the one that just kind of emerged. So in the background, you're
Yeah.
seeing the warpstone. His hands kind of close and then kind of reopen, and there's these two more gemstone warriors. But yes, go ahead and make your attack. Okay, that will hit. And because you're hidden from it, you do get the sneak attack, I believe.
Cool.
The arrow splinters the crystal and actually goes pretty deep into the center of the thing, but it staggers, but it does not collapse. It looks on the verge of shattering.
I guess can I use cutting action to dash?
Yes, where do you want to dash?
Sorry, how do I get the that roller to work?
What was the question?
Sorry, I haven't used this in a while. How do I get the thing to work?
Oh, you just you can move it twice, so you can move your movement again.
I meant this.
Oh,
Oh.
If you want to get off of it, click the
Yeah.
top mouse button on that menu, and it'll go back into a normal phase.
Would you say this is a like a mini hill thing or what?
Yes, it looks like a rock outcropping. From the back side, it looks fine. On the front, the cracks and splinters are about to reach to it for where the ground is opening up.
I guess I'll just run like over here.
Okay. Okay, so that's your turn, Elvish. You have cast, just cast Fly on you, so you feel your body become suddenly weightless. I don't know if this is the first time that's happened to you, but the ground below you is continuously kind of like splitting open. I'd say slowly, but it's more quickly than slow.
You got 60 feet of movement now.
This man never before. Oh my god, that is a lot of ground. Right now he's focusing on the task at hand, and he will.
What will he do?
He do the vicious mockery.
On which one?
Which one looks the most hurt?
The one that just took the arrow.
I will yell at that one. It looks like you're fraying.
So I'm in GM layer. Let me turn that off. He rolled a 4, and that's a fail, and he shatters.
And I will, for my bonus action, bardic inspiration, Miles.
Okay.
You've got this, bro.
And that brings us 2 miles. So your longsword held in your hand is a big fracture in it. One more hit with that blade in the top chunk is just going to break clean off.
I toss it to the side. And I pull out a battle axe.
is it possible for me to say that one end is a blade and the other end is like a blunt horse?
I won't give
Weapon
you any mechanical advantage for it if it's statted as a battle axe, but you can say it for flavor.
Because I was wanting to hit it with the opposite end, not the blade end.
Okay.
And because Miles would know that sort of thing, being a fighter.
Okay.
Better to use certain things. But I'm going to use a battle axe, and it is magical, and so let's go ahead and do that.
Okay. Yeah, and if you can, is there a way for you to roll the damage with it? Did we figure out, or is it still not working?
I don't know.
I think if you click on the pink in the roll 20, it'll give you damage.
20.
Yeah, we'll do that. I clicked on it and it showed it, so if you just click on the actual battle axe, it'll roll your damage for you.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Cool.
There you go.
I can go with Glennon's. That was beautiful.
Are you rolling for two-handed or one-handed? Do you have a shield?
I do have my shield out.
So that's
It's
which one are you attacking?
The one that's not dead.
Let's do the one on the right first, and then I'll attack the one on the
Okay.
left.
So your battle axe, you kind of flip it around so you can hit the butt end of it, and you crack and splinter it to the ground, and it is shards at your feet.
One on the left.
Okay, that's also a hit. And that's for one-handed. You do the same thing and just kind of knock it aside, but it is not down.
Smash.
Okay, that's your attacks. Anything else?
Can I do a perception and see if I can tell what's happening with the ground
Okay, yep.
while I'm fighting?
Roll a perception check. Yes. Okay. It looks like the energy that kind of emanated from Elvish has hit the ground and is causing the island to fracture.
And can I tell that he is flying? Can I see him
Yeah, he's actively floating.
above the ground?
Yes.
Is it the ground getting worse?
Yes.
Can I avoid those attacks? Or sorry, not avoid the attacks. I guess I can't really do it right now, but I don't want to fall into the
Oh,
ground.
do you want to move? You still have a move action.
For now, I'm just gonna stay here. I think. I don't think there's more attacks I can do other than 2.
Okay. Not unless you action surge.
Oh yeah, I do have that ability. I'll keep it for now. I'll
Okay.
keep.
So Elizabeth.
So, Elizabeth sees that it's getting worse as Elvish flies up in the air.
Yes, it's still splintering.
Elizabeth has an idea. Is Elvish up in the air beside me right now?
Elvish, have you taken a turn since you had fly?
Yeah,
Did you fly up or were you just hovering?
I was about 10 feet up than I usually was, so that they could see better that I was safe.
So yeah, he's about 10 feet up. I think you're 35.
Elizabeth will fly down 25 feet, look at Elvish and go, Elvish, give me the book.
Okay, Elvish, do you want to give the book with your reaction or hold on to it?
He'll look at her and just say, don't get hurt, and reluctantly give it to her. He doesn't want her hurt.
Okay. Elizabeth, you now have the book.
Alright, Elizabeth will, to be safe, I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on myself.
Okay.
Give me +2 AC. And I'm going to fly down beneath Elvish and shove the book in the ground.
Okay.
And move as far away from it as I can. So that was 25 feet to fly to Elvish, 10 more feet down, and then I'll fly back up 20 feet in the air.
Okay. So the book wedged down into the ground, pulses again, and more of these cracks and splinters emerge. Miles, I need you to make a dexterity save. Glennon, you're flying, so you're fine. They don't quite reach.
Aaron?
Theron, yes, sorry. I'm in the wrong layer and I can't read the name. But everybody else is more or less okay from
That
this.
was a horrible idea. Either way, you're gonna split the island away from
Grab
the
this.
transportation stone. Elizabeth.
Oops.
No,
This one
no.
steps forwards.
No, it won't.
2 more up here. The rock formation just below Glennon quakes and then erupts as another huge elemental of some form kind of breaks free of the rocks and kind of like roars in the direction of, I guess, the ground, actually. Miles, 2 of these things are going to try to claw you with their little arms. Those will be at +5.
I rolled a dexterity.
You fail it.
I did.
You did. So you drop down into this crevice as the land below your feet just give way completely, and then so they will have advantage on you as they are kind of clawing down. The first one's still only a 16. The second one is a 24.
The 24 barely hits me.
Okay. So you raise your shield and the thing just kind of punches, knocking it out of the way just enough to land a second strike towards your face. That is going to be 15 points of damage as the crystalline thing just kind of hits into your chin, basically, and it's getting punched by like a diamond almost. It's very, very strong. The other 2 spawn and stay there. The rock one roars and kind of like reaches down towards where the book is, clawing at the rubble as it's kind of sinking and splitting further and further. Glennon. Well, actually, there's one more guy. The Dragonborn, having seen everything that he can from up there, begins to actually dash back down to the ground level.
I'm gonna look at Elvish Presley and say, I'm gonna need you to get away from the hole. I'm gonna need my focus for a spell here in a couple of minutes. So, move, please, because I'm gonna need my concentration soon. And as soon as I use my concentration, it's gonna drop fly. So, just so you know. And so for now, though, I'm going to fly. I'm 10 feet in the air right now. I'm going to fly 20 feet up in the air.
Okay.
And then
the rock
like 15
troll,
feet over here.
The rock golem, whatever it is, it grabs at you as you leave its threat radius. It has a +6, so that is a 17.
I'm gonna use shield, which will take my AC to 21.
Okay, so that's kind of glimmering, kind of meh. Throw your hand up and the shield erupts, I imagine. And the rock thing just kind of glances off and kind of reverberates its wrist, and his jaw opens and he howls, silent rar.
In response to being swung at by this thing, I look at this elemental and I was like, it's a good thing I can see the future, and I'm gonna burn a portent dice, my number 4, so he will automatically fail this unless he has a +11 to Constitution, which I don't think he does.
He will not.
And I'm gonna cast a 2nd level Shatter on him for 16 thunder damage.
Okay. 16 thunder to him as a stone is gonna take double that, so 32. And
you just see me weave some signs in the air, point at him, and just slap my hands together, and you just hear this cacophony of just like thunderous cracks appear, centered on his face.
Yes.
And is that
his
radius?
nose blows off.
It's just him. It's a 10-foot radius, but
yeah, he reels back and kind of grabs at his nose, which just kind of exploded off his face, leaving this kind of sphinx-looking missing nose. But that's your action, it looks like.
Yeah, I use my movement. What did I move? I'm 20 feet up, 15 feet over, so I have like 25 more feet of movement, so I'm gonna move a little further away since I'm out of his reach anyway, and move like right here. That's probably about right for 50 feet of movement total. And yeah, I've used my action to cast the spell, my reaction, and my movement, and I don't have any bonus actions that I can utilize right now.
Okay.
So that is my turn.
Okay, so I'm gonna backtrack 1 second and just explain that the Dragonborn messed with the controls in the not the skyscraper, what it's called, the Stargazer, and he changed it. Now the warpstone is oriented again the correct direction, and now he's running back out. So that was his turn. So Theron.
I'm gonna first move about right here.
Okay.
Or right here, probably safer.
Sorry, what do you mean when you said it was oriented the correct direction for him messing with the controls?
The warpstone rotated a little bit at the waist so that he's facing a little bit of a different direction than he had before when the elementals are spawning, or warping in rather.
Is that this guy?
Yes.
Okay.
Then can I take a shot at this one?
Okay. Okay, that hits. And then, are you getting sneak attack with this one as well?
I don't know. Would you say yes or no to that?
I think if it has to be in combat with an ally, or you have to have something causing advantage. Did you use stealth last turn, or was it a dash last turn?
Stealth.
Okay, so then yeah, you would get advantage if you were concealed from it. So it would shatter. That is enough to kill it in 1 hit.
Can I yell something to Elizabeth as a cutting action, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, speaking is free, yeah.
I guess we'll see Elizabeth. Can you grab the book and hover with it off the island?
Alright.
I'll say because... And then I guess, can I use... Because you said that wasn't a bonus action. Can I just use cutting action and try to hide again?
Sure. Just go ahead and roll out another stealth. And then after that, it's Elvish. Your stealth is ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
I'm one with the
Oh,
rock.
pay attention to what he has to say. How much is flying feet? Is it 50 feet?
Fly
It's
is
60 feet. It's 60 for the spell, yeah.
Okay.
Don't move the whole 60 feet. Move like 50 feet and then 10 feet to go down. That way you don't take fall damage.
I don't want to leave Miles being pinned by stuff, so I'm still.
I'll get out. It's fine. Don't worry about this. Miles has more health than the rest of y'all, so not a problem.
But as a character, he would like to at least protect and not leave anybody behind. He knows he has a broom. She's flying. You're stuck on the ground near people. He's helping us out and coming, I would hope, but he's also not near anybody dangerous. And I can't see that. So I'll be your pen pal, and I will be on the ground, and I will roll.
Okay.
You have invisibility. And, well, before I do that, I will inspire... you.
Is Glennon within 60 feet of you?
Should be.
Yeah.
Yep.
Didn't you also already give Glennon Bardic Inspiration earlier? He hasn't used yet?
No.
Nope. I got Miles, I got the rope, and I got the guy in the broomstick.
So that's your turn.
Yep.
Okay.
And
Then
now I'm visible. I will use that. Yes.
and that's just on yourself.
Yes.
Okay. So you kind of drop down, you fly down to the ground, and as soon as your boots touch the ground, you turn invisible. Miles.
Can I? Okay, so I'm not exactly sure what my failed dexterity did, but can I like
So you're
get up and attack these people?
You can. The ground is collapsing inwards around you at the same time, though. So if you want to try to get up for half your action and move out, that would be an athletics check, kind of, to be able to get up out of this sinking debris.
Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Athletics check.
Okay.
Wow,
So you
that
kind of
was beautiful.
you get up, but then again the rubble kind of knocks out where your leg was, and you kind of drop down to a knee again, and you struggle to get up. It will take your whole move to get up instead of just half, so you can still rise, but you're not able to move out of this sinking ground.
I get pissed. Can I action surge?
Yep.
We're gonna get pissed, action surge, and do it again. Is that fine?
So I see Miles struggling to get up out of the cracks, and I kind of wave my hands in the air and I go, "You got this!" And Miles will now get a 16 plus whatever the athletics bonus is.
So that's portent. That's your last portent, right?
Now I have 3 total because of that other device I had. So I had a 3, a 4, and a 16.
So you
I've
burned
used
the 4 on him.
Actually,
Yeah, I burned the 4 on the elemental, and I've used the 16 now on
I was
Miles.
given Bardic Inspiration earlier. What was the Bardic
saw that.
Inspiration die?
You also have blessed.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
I mean, if it
What
saves,
does bless do?
if it saves my portent die, I'll keep it.
I have
Okay.
to scroll up. Bless.
So I'll let Becca. You can, if you want to change that 8 to add your bless and your bardic inspiration, or one or the other, or both, you can. Or if you want to action
D4.
surge and have the portent, I'll let you decide.
What's the D4? What's the Bardic Inspiration die?
6 because she's level 4.
Okay, so let's do a D4 and a D6.
That's not enough.
Oh my gosh! Oh my god!
I mean, you can still technically action surge and take my portent dice if you
You
want.
wanna-
Yeah, let's actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to be stuck in this crap.
So
Okay.
you huff and you puff and you get up, and Glennon says, "You got this," and burns the portent die. You roll a 16 plus your 6, so you actually didn't need to roll. So you
I didn't need to roll.
you wouldn't have
Because
needed to.
I
'cause-
gave you a 16 as
Yeah.
like your
Oh.
minimum plus athletics. So
My
Yeah.
25 was really nice too, though.
So.
well, you made it.
Yeah, you made it, and you can take a full move to move if you wish, or if you want to attack and then move, you could do that too.
Yeah, let's attack and then move because I'm very angry. So I'm going to attack these people. Do.
That will
Do,
hit.
do, do. Let's do a sweeping attack with one of my superiority dice. So the first attack is a one-handed 11 to
Okay,
the
that
1 damage.
instantly shatters it to pieces, considering you had already damaged it a lot before.
And the hammer keeps going and does a full 5 damage to the one next to it. One of my
Okay.
That counts as 1 attack.
Okay.
Does it get knocked out, the second one?
You
By the
chipped
5
it.
damage?
You chipped it pretty good though, but it's definitely not down.
And do I get to do a second attack because I get 2 attacks?
Yes.
That hit it,
Yes.
and 8 damage.
Okay. That is not enough to kill it.
Well,
It's
either way, I'm
super
I'm
fractured.
going to get out of dodge. Back here, I think.
Okay.
Is it going to take an attack on me as I leave?
Yes, it will, to its detriment. That's going to be an 18.
That does not hit, and I get to repose and attack it.
For your reaction, yes. Go ahead.
Yes, I do.
How do you want to kill it?
I'm probably slightly covered in mud, as I
More like
almost-
sandstone dust almost, or I guess like it's like a
my
dry
beard's
dust.
very
not mud.
dusty. My beard is dusty as I look slightly dirty. And I've been just trying to climb out of this pit and failing miserably. And I'm just kind of getting angry, and I do a full attack on the bottom guy. The hammer goes and hits the other one. And then I swing the hammer back around and hit it again. And then I kind of roll out of the pit and up and out. And when it goes to attack me, I kind of like have my axe kind of behind my head, and I kind of swing it back around as I'm like running away, not even looking at it as I swing.
Yeah, and the
Until I
last
get
blow,
back here.
it shatters it to pieces. There's like glass everywhere almost, except it's got the green emerald hue. So that's your turn, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth will fly down to get the book and go over toward this direction, but stop halfway to heal Miles and go, "Don't worry, I heal." Hang on, let me pull it up. It doesn't do a lot as much as I thought. Sorry.
Not a big deal. I'm not too worried about it.
She's upset about that, but still.
There you go.
And she will fly and just hang out over here.
Okay. This one, oops, wrong. Runs down to Miles and tries to shoulder check you with a 13.
Does not hit.
Oh, sorry, no, that is a 12. So that is
Does
its
not
turn.
hit.
This one begins to run past Miles. Attack of opportunity. I think you already used your reaction with the repost, though.
I did.
Oh, I
I
think
did.
Lauren, I think your mic's really causing a lot of feedback. Okay. So how high up is Elizabeth?
She's 20 feet up right now.
Okay. He's going to leap up and try to grab you. It's +6, so that's a 24.
That hits.
Okay. That is the 2d6 plus 5. That's 15 points of damage. And he's going to try to pull you down towards him. Let's see. I don't think he can actually grapple you if he attacks, can he? No, so he used that was an actual attack, so it was more of a punch. He did not. He would try to grapple you next, but that's all he can do. For the ground, it continues to quake and splinter further and further, and get worse and worse. And the hole is continually caving in more and more.
Is the book still there where the hole was made?
Elizabeth took it.
Can you destroy the book?
The Dragonborn is going to dash, which is 60 feet. He's going to kind of run around this side of the rocks. And as he's doing, he's saying, "We must get to the warp stone!" But he says that in Draconic, and only Elizabeth could tell what he's saying.
Elizabeth will yell, "Get to the warp stone!"
Well, I
And
can still hear him. I understand.
Oh,
Well,
that's
the
right.
rest
You've
of
got
them
the...
can't.
You can hear, but you can't speak. That's right.
Sure, yeah.
That is their turn. So, Glennon, it is up to you.
Alright. I see what this earth elemental has done. I see what this elemental pain is causing. I look inside of... I stand and I'm floating. I focus on my fortune teller's crystal ball. I'm like, okay. I got one more good cast in me right now. And I look at the elemental and I put it about right here. And I burn my last portent dice because I get 3 now because of his item. And he's going to take a 3. I'm going to cast a 3rd level shatter on him.
Okay.
So he's going to take
Is that a rate?
38.
That's an individual thing, right? Not a range?
An individual.
Okay.
It's a 60-foot range, 10-foot square. So I'm casting it on this side back here, so
And
that
then it-
just the edge of it's going to catch him and not hit Elizabeth or Miles.
Gotcha. So that
That'll-
works.
that'll burn.
That's 19 times 2. That's 38 points of damage, I believe.
Yes.
His leg buckles a little bit and he drops to the knee. looks back at you, roars, kind of this rock roar, and then looks back up towards the flying Arakokra. Dragon blades.
I throw my cloak around me, and instead of it looking flamey, there's now lightning pulsing down it because I can do that as a bonus action. It looks fun for my glamour weave.
Nice.
And then I have 50 feet of movement, so on my thing. So I'm going to basically try and fly past Elizabeth to see if she wants to toss me the book, and if so, I'll fly and drop it. But it's up to you. So I'll end up over here. So
I think the book's important. But
Elizabeth, with your reaction,
Maybe
are you
it'll-
wanting to give him the book?
it might take focus off of you. I don't know. Because I basically got to dive and then sweep back out.
Elizabeth hands you the book.
Okay. I fly past her, and I drop the book, and I can't obviously take my token off the map, but I'm gonna stay like 10 to 15 feet off the edge of the island, so I should be out of his reach if he comes
Okay.
for me. But I just drop the book when I get up here.
Okay. It sails down towards the clouds below. Theron.
I'm gonna first take a. How badly damaged these two look?
That one, the knee looks almost completely busted out and it's missing its nose. The central piece doesn't look that bad, but it took 70 points of damage, so you know kind of what he did.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Can I attempt to run? Or can I attempt a shot at this and then run to the warp stone?
Yeah. Nope, the 9 will not hit it, unfortunately.
Then I guess I'll just run to the warp stone.
Okay. It has its palm open on both hands. Do you want to climb aboard?
I guess I'll run to it. Then yeah, I'll just do the. Does everyone mind if I go on?
I'm not sure what round it goes, but I'd say go ahead.
The warp stone would
Can it take
activate
more-
on your
can-
turn
Can it take more than one person at a time?
per hand.
Only one person per hand?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, then go.
I'll jump on it.
Okay. And then actually I do stand correct. It goes on the gemstone's turn. All of my people go on the gemstone's turn. So that is there, and so Elvish would be next. What is Elvish doing? I think you're muted.
Thank you. I was explaining everything. Okay. I will move around the movement dome. Still invisible, so they can't see me. And ready in action to push anyone onto the stones. He's going to be the last person, if able, to get on the stone.
So you're just wanting to kind of help whoever gets on there next?
Yeah, he might like push someone onto the hand, give them an extra thing if they don't have enough movement. Anything you do.
So are you doing anything with your like full on action, or?
If I attack, I get like if I cast a spell, attack, I lose it.
Oh, so you're trying to hold a turn to kind of like help someone up.
Yes.
So if that's the case, then Miles.
Miles is going to take an attack at this one. It's between him and said Warpstone. I'm not so worried about the people who can't fly. Or who can fly, because they can still get to somewhere without Warpstone.
That hits.
15, I assume. 10. damage.
That's not enough to kill it, but you take a big chunk off of it, including its right arm.
We'll go ahead and hit it again just because I can.
10.
10.
10 will not hit, unfortunately.
Okay. Can I go around him to the hand?
You kind of need. I mean, if you want to go into the sinking area, you'd have to roll an acrobatics check, not to lose your footing, or you could go in between the large one and the little one.
Sure, let's do that.
Which way?
This way.
Okay, so they will both try to strike you because that is about 2 squares there. It looks like.
Yeah.
So the first one is the first one's +5. That's a natural 1, and the second one is a +6. That is a 13. Miss.
Still misses.
Okay, so you get to the warp stone, and its hand outstretched,
Oh.
and Elvish is kind of like motioning for you to go there.
Yeah, let's repose the one on the right.
Okay, that hits. That kills it.
Oh.
Good
An
call.
invisible hand helps you onto the stone hand.
Yep. We'll be here.
Okay.
Yay.
So, Miles, you step onto it. You can trade looks with Theron, who's on the other side. The warp stone looks like he's about to close his hands. Elizabeth, you just toss the book over to Glennon. He sails ahead, lets go of it, dropping it down into the abyss below, where the empty sky and clouds. What do you do?
Am I stuck in the elemental's hand?
No, because it did a full attack. It didn't try to grapple you, so you took the damage instead of the grapple.
I'm so scared to move because I'll take an attack of opportunity.
If
It
you
already
leave its
did that.
threat
My
radius,
armor
and it did actually take its opportunity attack on Miles, the tank.
Okay, I was worried. Yeah. Okay.
You're welcome.
I mean, you can take it. I can't with my 16 armor class. I would go down,
Yeah.
and I would go down hard.
I can take it.
And I have to fly down and try and
Okay.
catch you.
All right. I'll cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level on myself.
Okay.
No, you know what? Actually, she wouldn't worry about herself. She'd just be worried about getting out of there. So, it can only take 2 people at a time, or it can
Yep.
only hold 2 people in its hands.
Can take 2 people, 1 in each hand.
Okay, Elizabeth will go over with Elvish. And probably just take a potion.
Maybe I shouldn't be the one who leaves first.
Okay.
Just saying, because I'm Tinker.
Okay, so Elizabeth,
I think that my character would also be the one to leave last because she wouldn't be there in case anybody needs to be healed. I'll down a potion and end my turn.
luckily there's 2 hands, so there can be 2 lasts. The gems golem, he rushes along the edge, swinging his fist over at Elvish as he passes. That's at +6. That's a 25 to hit Elvish.
I'm invisible. Is that disadvantage?
This is true. You are invisible. In that case, actually he would not be able to even take that swing because his attention is just kind of running past. Elizabeth, you're still flying how high?
Still 20 feet.
If it's 20 feet, then he's gonna hit you. Or no, Glennon, you had the book and you dropped it. How high are you?
I am the same height as Elizabeth because she gave me the book, but I'm 15 feet over the edge.
Okay. So, I'll leave it to you players. Do you want me to re-roll his attack, or do you want me to keep what I rolled? Knowing that this is a new attack. Or that it was the attack that should have been towards Glennon.
You can reroll it if you
Okay.
want to. I mean, it's
I
up
would
to you.
just
I
reroll.
That's
Re-roll,
my
I guess.
preference. So,
all right. Yeah,
He,
reroll
Is
it.
he running
Yeah.
over towards the edge?
So he runs along the edge, takes a jump, flying leap towards Glennon in his broom. That's going to be a 20 to hit.
So as he's coming to jump at me, I hop up on my broom, so now I'm like riding it like a surfboard, and I pull up both my hands and make an invisible shield barrier appear, so he just goes to smack me, and I just kind of
Yep.
give him a real dirty wink right
Yeah.
as he hits this barrier.
You clothesline him basically, and his torso jerks back and his legs sail underneath the broom, and he falls down after the book. There's a roar, and he disappears into the clouds. That is his turn. The quake continues. Let me let's do this. So the splinter and cracks from this kind of area reach the foot of the stone. The hands close, and both Miles and Theron, you are able to teleport to safety. You appear in Nerria, just outside of the palace. However, back here in this plane, the island begins to crack and break more and more rapidly even. And I'm just drawing, like, not as careful anymore. The Dragonborn is going to dash as well. So he can go. Yeah, he can get up there enough. Seeing as how Elizabeth and Glennon he can see, he's gonna try to jump over to the other hand, but he's gonna have to make an acrobatics check to not fall down. That's just enough. So he crosses over and gets onto the other hand over there. And then he shouts in Draconic. Actually, wait, no. He'd pause here, and then he'd jump off, and he says, "You have to go, it's to your world!" In Draconic. And then Glennon, you can understand him.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, can I look at Glennon and as a reaction say, "Take Elvis with you, I'll leave last."
I look at her. I don't know where he is. He turned invisible.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead without me. I'll go last with the Dragonborn.
Alright. Well.
No, both of y'all are free. Y'all can't see me. So you and him would be last. In y'all's eyes.
She doesn't see you, so she's thinking like Dragonborn and Glennon go, and then she'll go last. Because she thinks that you're not there because you're gone.
Yeah, I'm gone.
Does it look like, just using my intelligence and the rate of this island destruction, how much longer would I guess that we have before this statue is destroyed?
The statue, the ground beneath it is beginning to sink, and it is leaning back to try to give more time, but you figure you've got about, let's see, if it's one more round, basically. It'll be able to teleport 2 more people, 1 in each hand, and then it will begin to sink. If you can get onto it, if the magic still lasts while it's beginning to slide down and fall, maybe you can get 2 rounds for 4 people.
Elvish, get on now.
Yeah.
Can Elvish... I wanted Elvish to drag...
It's not your turn right now. It's Glennon's turn.
Okay.
Yeah, so
wanted...
you'd be going next.
Thinking about the scrolls that I read earlier, would this scroll of teleport allow us to teleport to our plane?
No,
I don't believe so.
it does
Okay,
not.
that's what I thought. I just wanted to double check because I know that standard teleport spell does not allow that, but
Yeah.
I didn't know if
Yeah.
this was a modified spell scroll or not.
No, that's just like
No.
the player's handbook. So yeah, Glennon, that's probably a totally realistic thought. Like in emergency fight or flight mode, you're like, I can do this. No, I can't. Oh.
Yeah, I'm thinking about everything I can possibly do. All right. So I don't know where Elvish is, but I think Elvish is still here because I imagine as a spellcaster, I know if I've lost concentration on a spell or if I still have concentration on a spell. So I would know that I'm still utilizing magic to hold on to a spell that I've cast previously. That would be what I would think would happen. So if that's the case, I would know that I'm still holding on to this fly spell for Elvish, so I know that Elvish is still here.
think you already
Can't
dropped
see
it.
Elvish.
I thought you dropped
I
that
did.
spell.
No, I didn't. It was the fly spell. I didn't have any. I was never hit, and it's the only concentration spell I've cast. So,
Oh, I was under the impression that you had dropped it.
That's why it was on the ground.
I was too.
nope, I never dropped it. I cast it on you. I was never hit, and you've been able to fly this whole time. So, Yeah, I thought you were flying this whole time because yeah, you were. But since I can feel this spell still active, I'm just going to yell out very loudly. Elvish, you need to go. Elizabeth and I can fly. If it falls, we can land on it as it's falling down. Go. Because I don't know how
Okay.
much longer you can keep the spell going. And that's going to be
Then-
my turn. I'm going to fly over here, though.
Ugh.
Okay, then
That'll be my turn.
Elvish.
Okay, Elvish is going to grab the Dragonborn, put him on the hand, and then do this one, and as quickly as possible, get us vamped stone.
The Dragonborn is going to resist if you're going to try to forcibly put him on the hand.
He's gonna die!
Yeah, are you visible? Or you're still invisible then?
By the way,
I will drop the invisibility as I fly towards him, just like, you're gonna die!
No, I must not leave! He shouts in a draconic because he doesn't understand. And he like tries to shove your floating body away. And if you're trying to force him, it would be kind of basically opposed to athletics/acrobatics.
I'll try, because I want to save him, but I know... strength?
Can Elizabeth translate for you, please? I'm right here.
There we go. Okay, no. I'm on the hand.
It would be an athletics or acrobatics check to try to pull him or push him on.
Athletics or acrobatics?
I don't know how acrobatics would really work for that, if you're maybe tripping him onto it, but I think it would have to be athletics for your attacking, essentially.
Oh, athletics! I did a
Yeah, you did
strength
strength save, so you have to roll an athletics. However, he
There
did
we go.
roll very high. So,
By the way, the spell that lets you travel between planes of existence is a 9th level spell called Gate, and nobody is that high level because you have to be like level 17.
Yeah.
so
Okay, I will be on the hand with tears in my face. I'm basically watching him die.
he holds up his hands and says, "I cannot leave here. Go, save yourselves." In Draconic. So you have no clue what he's saying. This is this Dragonborn who you shared a glass of wine with.
Oh,
You can do plane shift. It's level
this
7.
is Dawn all over again with Cloud.
So
I'm still not that high.
so Miles is safe, supposedly in Nerria. That puts it to Elizabeth.
Can I just say, Elizabeth hears what he's saying, sees what Elvish is doing, and is like, why didn't you? I'm right. Glennon,
Hey,
get the Dragonborn out of here.
okay.
She will fly over to the other hand, look at the Dragonborn, and I'm gonna roll to persuade, and ask him to please leave from one Dragonborn to another.
Okay, you can roll persuasion.
You
You're
know what?
so as you're trying to persuade him to step on, he's continuously kind of holding his hand up and he says, "No, I cannot leave. I will find another way, but you must go."
I cannot change your mind, but life would be better if you were still in it. When I go back, I hope you come too. Make the right choice.
I must go back to the tower to change the coordinates. And are you stepping on the stone?
She will step on the stone and give a look to Glenn and like, get him out of here, please.
Glennon just gives a nod.
Glennon, can I have you do that kind of point marker where you're drawing how fast he can run around the circle? Then a wider berth, because he's going to move 60 feet trying to run back to the tower, but I don't remember how to do it.
Oh, so you're doing it up
Yeah.
here?
But further up. It's basically because he's having to outrun it as it's growing.
So like up here?
Yeah, like basically an extra square around. So he can get about to the
that's
rocks.
That's like 55 feet. Yeah, he get
Yeah.
like there.
Okay, so he's gonna basically run over here and try to skirt around this as the thing's widening. That's his turn. Elvish and Elizabeth, you are both able to teleport back into Nerria. The warpstone closes its fists around you, and you kind of poof. And this is a weird sensation. It was a little bit weirder than when you first came up through the portal, but you just kind of appear right next to Miles and can't remember your name. I'm sorry. Shane's
Theron.
character.
Theron?
Yes, Theron. I have it on
Theron?
GM
Yeah.
layer. It's really dark. But you're all in Nerria. Glennon. The stone is beginning to sink forwards. It's tries to grab a hand onto the ground on the right, but continues to slide down into it. And so with his right hand, he holds it up into the air.
Is there only one hand available? There's not two.
He's holding the ground with his right hand, trying to stay aloft. If you want to try to communicate with it, you can try to have both hands up, but right now it's holding one up in the air, and then it's trying to cling onto the edge as it's sinking.
Okay. I'm gonna look at Theodore, who is on my shoulder, and be like, well, buddy, this is the last effort. Hopefully we can save this guy. I look across the way because he's in my spell range, barely, literally by 1 foot, but he is in my spell range.
Okay.
I need him to make a wisdom saving throw, or he's gonna be paralyzed.
Okay. Wisdom. He would also
Of
have.
15.
Do you have any portents left?
I don't.
That's a 4.
Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. My broom can hold 400 pounds. Currently, we have less than 200 pounds on there.
Yep. He's a skinny dragonborn priest. He definitely weighs maybe 160 pounds.
Okay, so I'm going to look at I'm gonna start flying over towards him, and I'm gonna look at the statue, be like, hold on for a couple of rounds, that's all we need. And I'm gonna fly over, and that's my full movement, but I'm gonna try and scoop him, like basically fly underneath him.
Yep.
Scoop him so he's hanging over my broom.
Yep.
And then on my next turn, I'm gonna fly us back over, try and toss him on the hand, hope there's a second hand, or if not, just
Okay.
hopefully wait and there's long enough to get that first hand out.
Okay.
So
So
that's the plan.
The next round, the rest of the cracks continue to splinter. I'm not gonna draw them in.
Yeah.
Let's see, am I in the wrong layer? Move him to token. Okay. So he sinks down. He's basically like this at this point. So he still has his right hand. So I guess he'd be the other direction, this way. He's got his right hand up in the air with the palm extended. So if you want to take advantage of that, you can.
I do. I want to as I'm flying back over, because it's gonna take. Because now I can only move at 30 feet for it. That should be just enough that I could use the. Yeah, I can get there. So I'm gonna use my movement with him on my broom and dump him into the hand of the statue.
Okay.
And I'm gonna hover over the statue, waiting for him to disappear, and then I'm gonna land on it.
Okay.
Hopefully.
So the warpstone grabs the dragonborn and closes his fist. He vanishes. The fist reopens, and the warpstone is beginning to fall. Now,
I dive bomb into his fist.
okay. So you are falling. Roll
I have 50 feet of movement speed with my broom, so I can technically go 100 per turn.
Okay.
So I can crash hard.
Just roll a acrobatics check just to land on the hand.
This is gonna hurt if I miss.
You fall faster than the stone, and its hand still outstretched up, and you land onto it, grab onto one of the big fat rock thumbs, and kind of pull yourself up into almost a ball in the fist. And you look down one more time, and the stone's eye, the left one is kind of faded, and the right one is kind of beginning to lose its color. But with its last energy, it closes its fist. And Glennon, you teleport back.
As I feel myself starting to get sucked out through this teleportation, I cast message to the statue, and I tell him, We appreciate everything you've done. Your sacrifice is not in vain. We will save this world. Poof.
And that is that. You would all appear just outside of the palace. I'll use this screen because I don't have an exterior shot for the city. But there's guards ushering people away. There's crowds and throngs of people kind of looking up at the palace just ahead. The big golden gates of the kingdom are thrown open, and there's people kind of rushing away. You can see from inside the palace more of the roof is beginning to cave in, and guards are kind of streaming out of the open doorways, and you just kind of see in front of you just a mass panic and rush as people are fleeing the area. Miles, you're the first, I think. You and Theron. No, Theron was first, and Miles. And then Elizabeth and Elvish, you were next. But you're all kind of next to each other at these kind of, think England, the royal gates, or I can't remember the Buckingham Palace type thing.
Yeah.
But everything's open and people are rushing out.
Can I ask what's happening to one of the passersby?
Roll a either persuasion or investigation, because they're not really listening.
Natural 20.
Okay, so you almost like grab somebody and kind of lift them off their feet for a second. You're like, what is going on? And then the passerby, we'll actually say he's a uniformed guard, and he's just running away. He says, the palace, it's breaking apart. The dungeon that's in there, it's beginning to envelop and swarm. Like Omi! And then like he turns and begins to run again.
I drop him.
Yep, he runs off.
Once I find Glennon, I ask him if he still has the notebook that I found.
I'm panting with my broom beside me, laying there. Theodore's on my face, so you see the screen face spider. The black book. No, I dropped it, and the elemental chased it.
Not the black book, the diary, the one that you were using. Wait. It was Glennon who was rearranging the.
Oh yeah, that book. Yeah, the one for the levers. Yeah. And I like rummage around for a minute. I'm just like, here, and I just give you the book.
I head kind of towards where the palace is, but not enough to get in it.
Yeah, you can kind of make your way through the gates. The guards are not really stopping you from pushing back through, but you can tell that there's quite a rush of people leaving. And there's a big crash as more of the palace ceiling begins to crumple down as a spire just falls down. You can see this black tunnel that's kind of spitting up out of the ceiling. Is almost like sucking things into it.
Can I look around for somebody important and ask where Duke Orsino is?
Okay. Yep. With the 23, you're able to kind of flag one of the guards that isn't running and trying to direct people. And he says, the Duke is on the other side of the palace. We're evacuating everything. We think it's stabilizing, but it might come down. We're not sure.
Yeah, I don't want that to like come down. Can I see the gate? Is it more of the black? I assume the tunnel section has disappeared and it's just like the black. I think it's probably too big for you to even see the tunnel section.
You can see because that whole region of the palace is now collapsed. There is still another opening from where you had first originally gone in. It's now suspended at like about 40 feet up in the air because the building's down. But the funnel going up is kind of enveloped at the top, and it looks like it's gotten stronger.
What? So there's two portals now?
Nope, there's one. It's just the bottom portion where you would go up. That's still there. And then the funnel kind of widens out into a bigger funnel. I'll see if I can draw kind of what it would look like. It doesn't.
So it's like
So it's
So
like
is it like there's a portal in a portal?
no, so it's wider at the top, and then it goes down like that. It used to
So
be
like-
like this.
So like a tornado.
Yeah, except it doesn't seem to be growing any further, but it's destroyed the middle portion of the palace.
Okay, can I find Duke Orsino?
Yes, in the interest of time, we'll wrap it up, and Duke Orsino can be found at one of the exterior stations where they've kind of set up a base camp and one of the guard posts, and he rushes back and he says, "What happened?"
Where is Her Majesty?
Her Majesty's been evacuated. She's no longer
Her
in the city.
Her Majesty was where we were once before, but many years ago. There was a dragonborn that said that she was there researching how to connect planes.
The
And I
Dragonborn is
hand
kind of standing behind you awkwardly.
Elvish kind of walked away and punched a wall and just like, not another one! And he doesn't realize that he's there.
The
Not
dragon.
another one more, Elvish.
But
Is everyone coming with me as I'm doing this? A throng of people following. That's fine. I'm cool with that. I'm just wondering.
yep. So the Duke would tell Miles and whoever's present that the dungeon has not closed. It's gotten wider at the top and caused structural damage and collapse to the palace. They're not sure what's going on, but the portal is still open.
In my brain, I'm thinking, why did they drop the book? I think that might have been the dungeon anchor. But I think it's very strange that it's not closed. There was no anchor there that we were aware of. There was a book with dark magic, and then elementals that had gone mad started to attack. And then does Duke Orsino speak? I connect this guy with that guy.
Okay.
That guy with this guy. Yeah,
They
and I
will-
have him explain stuff and blah blah blah.
I think it's unlikely that he speaks. Okay, actually, I don't know if he would though. He probably speaks enough to kind of communicate, but not have a full-on discussion. But he will set
If I
up.
wait till tomorrow, I can give him tongues.
Yeah.
He can speak.
So at this point, we will end the game. The game was not a success, unfortunately. The dungeon is still actively open, and the palace for the Kingdom of Nerria has suffered major damage because of the portal widening at the top and opening up. So the Duke is going to communicate with the Dragonborn, and everybody is able to gain a level from this one shot. Unfortunately, because it was not a success, there is no payout for the 500 gold. If you as a party would like to try again to go back in and close the dungeon, we can schedule that into another game. But as of now, the game for the Palace Adrift is completed. And
I might do it with another character, but Miles wouldn't go back in. His wife would be pissed at him finding out what happened in there.
so for kind of closing out, I'll keep the recording on just enough to answer any questions and then end. But I'm sorry that guys, it was not a success, so there's no gold rewards, but you can all gain your level from it, or a half level depending on what level you are at, and you're welcome to try again or just kind of take the level and leave. But any questions or any after game chat?
How'd the Dragonborn feel that I threw him in there against his will?
He's very silent and more overwhelmed now that he is in a bustling city, especially going into like a panic site.
Yeah, that'll
But
happen.
he would definitely want to go back. That's what
I'll go back with him.
I mean, I'll go back with him. I can fly around and I got my broom.
I would go back with a character that I can actually fly. You know,
I-
seems important.
So are you all generally wanting to to try this again?
Yeah, can I
Probably,
bring
yeah.
an 11th level character in next time
Yep.
though? Is that allowed?
Well, maybe. I doubt it. I think it has to be at least within a certain level radius. What levels are you all again? I know Theron and Elvish, you're both level 4, so you would gain level 5. What about Miles and Elizabeth and Glennon?
Miles is level 7.
So you're 7.5 now, and then Elizabeth, you're 5.5.
Yeah, I was 5.5, and
So
now
now
I'm
you're
6.
7. Or you're 6. Sorry, you're not.
Yeah,
No,
I mean, I can be 7 if you want.
no, you're just level 6. And then Glennon, what about you again?
I am now 6.5.
6.5.
I was 6 when I went into it. So I'm now
Cool.
6.5. Yeah, those that
Such a-
extra port dice that I got given, yeah, that's
That-
gonna.
That was dope.
Elvish is giving you such the bro hug right now.
Here's the Queen of
That's a good
Nerria.
man.
Need to figure out which computer this token is because I can't find it on this one. That's
I have one question if you don't mind.
sure.
Regarding the golem who could with the warp stone,
Yes.
if that would have not been destroyed, theoretically, could we have traveled anywhere in the multiverse using it?
Yes. If you had deciphered the star map and been able to get the coordinates.
Without destroying the whole island.
Yes.
Well, I have the star map of 2 places,
Yes.
the 9 Hells and then the Feywild, so I have that. Although at level 6.5, Glennon's not trying to go the 9 Hells anytime soon. It's gonna be a minute. But
Yep.
yeah,
That information could get you some good money though.
could. You know, I almost chased that elemental down. Like once he fell off the island, I almost just flew down and chased him down to grab the book and fly away. I really thought about it. I thought about it real hard. But then you're like, save the Dragonborn. I was like, okay, fine. That's a whole person. I didn't think it was gonna work because I thought he was a monk. I'm like, this is never gonna
No,
work.
he's
But
a priest.
it did.
He had either a
Oh.
+0, a +2, or a +1, depending on what
Oh.
stat.
I was like, well, this whole person has never worked before, so here we go.
Elvish doesn't care about customs. He just bro hugged Glenn
Glennon?
and yeah, that's Glennon. And then he just like bro tackled Dragonborn, slightly crying. He's so glad he's alive.
Yep, the Dragonborn would awkwardly hug back, and you guys are gonna have to name him or something.
Yeah.
So,
Rashid. He can be Rashid.
I'm for Dragonborn because they're
Sounds
not
good.
Dragonborn at all.
alrighty. Well, it sounds like that's kind of the resolution. Again, I feel bad because there's no like tons of loot for this game, but it was not actually a success. So that's the
My
500
character
gold is
didn't do it for the money, so I just feel bad for the other players.
well.
I mean, I just feel bad that it failed. Like as a person, I'm like, wow, I've never failed a mission in here before. I feel awful.
I
you're,
mean-
not,
It
you're
happened.
not the only game that's failed one of my games
No, it
before.
happened.
So,
I am so sorry.
Glennon takes the comfort of success of saving this random Dragonborn. So
You did
that's
in-
that's the success. We saved him.
you also have the knowledge to do more than that, whether you might not realize it. But,
True, I do. I am acquiring a boatload of knowledge in all these games just to do random stuff.
Yep.
Oh, I also have those 2 scrolls. And is that this? Is it the teleport spell or is it the teleportation circle spell?
it's the. Hold on. It's the which is which actually. I think it's the
So
first.
teleport's a 7th. Yeah, because teleport is 7th level, which is basically I can just teleport me and 8 people anywhere. We don't need a teleportation circle to do it. Teleportation circle is when I have to draw the runes on the ground and from there.
It would be the lower level spell, so I think that's actually the 5th one, teleportation
Circle. Yeah, it's a
so-
5th level spell.
so
Okay,
it's
that's fine.
Yeah.
Alright.
So
I just want to make sure I have the right thing there.
there's that, and then again, I am completely open to if you guys want to go back into the dungeon. It's still an actively open dungeon, so somebody's gonna need to go back in to close it. However, it's probably gonna be a bit different, obviously, because going from here. But I will end the stream now, and then if anyone wants to hang out to chat, then we can do so. But thank you all for playing. I hope you had fun. I know it was kind of super non-combat to the very end, so pacing could have probably been adjusted a little bit, but I had a lot of fun. So thank you for playing.
I feel bad we didn't close it, and I don't know